morning. Welcome to the Henry County Board of Commissioners, 9 a.m. regular schedule, Tuesday board meeting, November 7th, 2023. We're going to begin our meeting, as always, with an invocation and pledge of allegiance led by Pastor Leonard Hines. If you would come forward, please. Thank you. And if everyone would stand.
Well, good morning. Let's pray together. Our Father, we assembled today to, Lord, review and conduct business. We know you've, Lord, not only set up local government, but Lord, here we invite you into the workings. Lord, as we come up on Veterans Day, we ask you to bless not only those veterans here today for this special day, but all of those surrounding us that have protected and defended this great nation. So, Lord, we ask you to meet with us. And, Lord, in all the business that's conducted, may we realize that you are seated upon high, that every seat of man is lesser than thee. So we ask you to lead, to guide, to bless all the people, Lord, that are out laboring now, that are working, our public safety, and everything that goes on to pull this together. So meet with us this day. And Lord, we pray you would lead and guide in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. The following planning and zoning item was advertised for November the 7th Board of Commission meeting, but has been postponed by staff. AP-23-06, Steve Wetlow of McDonough. This particular item has been postponed, so if anyone is here for this particular item, you can be dismissed at this time. The item will not be heard today. Next item on the agenda is the proclamation recognizing November the 11th, 2023 as Veterans Day. And then we also have a recognition for Master Sergeant Basin after the proclamation. Nicholas? Oh, we got a video first. Sorry.
It's difficult to even imagine the treasure trove of history that lies behind the humble doors of the Red Barn at Heritage Park in McDonough. But it is here you will find the stories of thousands of men and women who gave service to their country, told through the displays, memorabilia, and uniforms that are carefully curated throughout the Henry County Veterans Museum.
If you've never been here and you walk through here, you'll see things that seasoned soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen never see, and will never see again.
Former facilities coordinator and Vietnam veteran Jim Joyce, U.S. Command Sergeant Major retired, was tapped to be the curator of the museum in 2010. The museum was established through the Henry County Parks and Recreation Department after late director Tim Coley wanted to repurpose the Red Barn to honor veterans.
Tim Coley, the late Tim Coley, I'd been working there for a few months. He asked me, he says, "What do you know about museums?" I said, "Man, I have been in a couple." He says, "Well, you'll learn when you go." And then I was in the museum business. I had no clue. None. And so we learned as we went. And I started bringing people in, and they had no clue either.
What started as a small room within the barn has grown into a time capsule of sorts, living history of America's military past and present. Among the historical military memorabilia, visitors will uncover a timeline of America's past through displays, uniforms, medals, vehicles, books, photos, official documents, personal letters, and other artifacts dating back from World War I up through present times.
Marine Corps, 12 years. From 99 to 2011, a couple combat deployments, I was communications, went and traded for the world.
But perhaps the greatest strength of the Veterans Museum are the men and women who volunteer their time. Even more importantly, these volunteers are all veterans of various branches and are always willing to give tours, talk about the experiences, and keep history alive for those who visit.
A full-size version travels all around the U.S.
They're going to get an education about a lot of stuff from Civil War time frame to World War I, World War II. Like Jim was saying, you know, you forget your history, you're bound to repeat your history.
The museum is a hidden jewel, and for the volunteers, a labor of love. The volunteers also share a unique camaraderie. They have experiences that only someone who served can fully understand. And sometimes just having that brother or sister to lean on or to listen can make all of the difference for those who have served and carry back the scars from that service.
Because we're all veterans. We're a special breed.
Being around the other vets. You know, I come up here just, you know, even if it's just for an hour or two, just to hang out, talk to, you know, my brothers and sisters that volunteer here. And it's just overall a good time.
The museum also houses a library with more than 200 books and periodicals where anyone can sit and relax and read. The museum also features dozens of handmade dioramas depicting various scenes of World War II. Joy said that nearly all of the items displayed in the library, as well as the museum, have been generously donated, and they tell the tale of our military's history, many with personal stories of individual soldiers, some who paid the ultimate price for freedom.
This is our country. This is his country. This is my country. This is your country. So you need to learn as much about your country as you can. And a lot of that knowledge is things that happened in the past, because you can't forget it.
The Veterans Museum at Heritage Park is located at 101 Lakedale Road in McDonough. And although donations are welcome, the museum is free and open to the public Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. It is also located just a short distance from the Veterans Wall of Honor. For more information, please visit heritageparkveteransmuseum.org or call 404-831-9740.
So today we have here with us Jim Joyce from the museum, as well as Post 516 that's led by Commander Alton Head. Nicholas, if you would go ahead and read the proclamations. After the proclamations are read, we would like to ask those individuals, along with Master Sergeant Patricia Basin, also to come up. We're going to take some pictures with the board.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Henry County community. We have a proclamation in recognition of Veterans Day, which takes place on November 11th, 2023. And it reads, whereas we remember with somber and grateful hearts those men and women who have fearlessly and courageously served the United States of America with distinction and valor as sailors, soldiers, airmen, and Marines. And whereas in 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed the first Veterans Day proclamation calling on our nation to pay appropriate homage to the veterans of all its wars who have contributed so much to the preservation of our nation, And whereas Americans have an abiding faith in the ideals and strengths on which our great nation was founded, in our democratic process, and the men and women of the armed forces who have served our country with tremendous honor. And whereas, in honor of these dedicated men and women, we pledge our continued defense of our nation so that their sacrifice will stand before the entire world as a tribute to the spirit and determination of a people dedicated to the principles and freedom and democracy. And whereas our community has a continuing sense of gratitude to those who have given so much in the defense of the freedoms which we all continue to enjoy. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Henry County Board of Commissioners recognizes November 11, 2023 as Veterans Day in Henry County, and honors all veterans for their selfless service and bravery in defending our great nation, and encourages the Henry County community to join in honoring and remembering our veterans. Be it further proclaimed on this patriotic occasion that we commit our support to fostering a spirit of rededication to the ideals that have served as the foundation of this great country, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We also have a certificate of appreciation for Master Sergeant Patricia Baisden, and it reads, Master Sergeant Patricia Baisden has served Henry County and moreover the United States of America for over 30 years. With numerous awards and decorations, her bravery, commitment, and dedication is admirable and makes her an American hero. The Henry County Board of Commissioners recognize Master Sergeant Baisden for her service and congratulate her on her 3 decades of outstanding service to God, country, and community.
Okay, and I also want to recognize Commander Carolyn Lewis. Thank you all so much for your service. So, Board, if we can come to the...
Get a picture with the board, please.
Good morning. If we have any other veterans present, particularly those on the Henry County staff, if we could have you all rise and join the board for one quick picture. Thank you.
Thank you all for indulging us. Thank all of our veterans for their service and all that they have done and continue to do for our country. We're going to change the schedule or the agenda around just a little bit. I'd like to ask for the county manager to please come forward and do the consent agenda. We're trying to get staff out of here. We got presentations that will probably take a while. One item that we are going to have to remove to the regular agenda is the resolution adopting the annual update of the capital improvement element. So that has been moved to the regular agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. This is your consent agenda for Tuesday, November 7th at 9 a.m. Under the Community Development Block Grant Group, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to accept a donation of mattresses from Connecting Henry Incorporated to be donated to the Neighborhood Stabilization Program and Senior Services. Under the County Manager, we have a resolution approving the purchase of real property, Wilkins Road, Hampton, Georgia, 66.22 plus or minus acres for future expansion of the Atlanta Speedway Airport in the amount of $3,238,000. Under the Department of Transportation, we have a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a Georgia Department of Transportation Local Maintenance and Improvement Grant, commonly known as LMEG, application for fiscal year 2024. We also have a resolution of the Henry County Board of Commissioners authorizing speed humps to be installed in Morgan's Pond subdivision. Under facility maintenance, we have a resolution to award a contract to Train US Inc. for the installation of an HVAC building automation system at the administration building in the amount of $438,032.76. After an initial 3-year period, a license fee for the Hosted Ensemble will be $2,985 per year. Funding for this project is available in the facility maintenance budget with partial funding of $249,580 available through the EECBG block grant. We also have under facility maintenance a resolution awarding a contract to Train US Inc. for the installation of 2 new chillers and building automation system for the Henry County Courthouse complex for the amount of $992,985. Funding has been approved by the BOC in the FY 2024 Capital Improvement Plan. Under Human Resources, we have a resolution of the Henry County Board of Commissioners to approve Medicare Advantage program renewals as part of the Henry County Retiree Medical Insurance Plan for 2024. Under the Police Department, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to declare vehicles assigned to the Henry County Police Department as surplus property and suitable for disposal. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Henry County Police Department to donate surplus police vehicles to the city of Molina. We have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Henry County Police Department to amend resolution number 23-197 to accurately reflect the terms for acquiring gunshot detection technology and necessary accessories. Under the Sheriff's Office, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving the acceptance of an equipment award grant agreement in the amount of $3,000 from the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Under SPLOST, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners awarding the bid for construction of a temporary signal for East Lake Road at Elliott Road to Reedwick LLC in the amount of $90,913, utilizing funding from our SPLOST 5 for Districts 3 and 4. We also have a resolution approving the funding of legacy stream and legacy wetland credits for Dutchtown Road in the amount of $277,778 from the SPLOST 5 project account. We have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving a budget amendment and awarding an emergency contract for the design and construction of replacement fire station number 5 in District 1 to J.R. Bowman Construction Company of McDonough, Georgia, in the amount of $4,219,182.24, utilizing SPLOST 5 funds. And then under transportation planning, we have a resolution approving a contract with Sizemore Group, LLC, to conduct the Henry County Bus Stop Creative Placemaking Plan for $139,950. Madam Chair, this ends the consent agenda.
This ends the consent agenda. Are there any questions or any removals from the board? Hearing none, can I get a motion? Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No further discussion, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move to our regular agenda. If I could have County Manager and Fire Rescue to please come forward.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the board. The first item on the regular agenda is the purchase of land located on Harold Drive. It's approximately 4.97 plus or minus acres. And I do have joining me Chief Jonathan Burnett, our fire chief, to answer any questions that you all may have pertaining to this fire location. As many of you all are aware, Commissioner Thomas has been very diligent in making sure that we have been able to designate an area within her specific district as part of our SPLOST program for a fire station. And so our staff has met with her and some property owners to best determine the location for this fire station, but also making sure that this fire location remains within the service area, which I'll let Chief Burnett speak to that. Prior to this morning, we did ask our engineering department to look at the feasibility of this fire station from a transportation standpoint, and we did receive confirmation on yesterday that while it was feasible, there are going to be some intersection improvements that will be warranted as a result of this location. Staff does not feel that this is something that's going to trigger us having to look at a new location, but that was one thing that we wanted to make sure that we had in place before the board took action on the fire station. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Burnett to speak to you all regarding the fire station and the service area.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you. With the station being in the SPLOST program, there's two types of stations that you basically look at. You have a station that handles the volume of calls in a particular area, and then you look for an area where maybe there's not a large volume of calls, but there's not a lot of stations around, so you call that a response station. The area that we're looking at for this particular station would be a volume station. It's on the corridor of I-75, so there's a lot of call volume in that particular area. It would sit in between two different fire stations, so the service district of where it would be, this would actually be a pretty high volume station. It does fit within the area that we need. It's been an area that we've had mapped out for several years now, so being able to find a location in that zone, it will definitely fit our needs. As the county manager mentioned, the traffic impact study was kind of key to it because we did want to make sure that we weren't going to be hindered by anything, but with the ideas that they'll come up with to be able to get us on the road pretty quick, I think it'll be fine for us.
Okay, and then I get the question that I have with regards to the road improvements that would have to occur. What does that entail?
So I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Rocky Romero, to come up. He actually reviewed the study, but this project is funded through our SPLOST 5, and so we're hopeful that we'll have adequate funding not only to do the construction of the facility, but also hopefully help with those intersection improvements.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So basically, we're going to have to do some improvements on Harold Drive and Tunis and Harold Drive and Peach. Those radiuses are pretty tight, so it's not a big improvement, so just make the radius a lot bigger for the trucks to be able to have the turn movement without blocking opposing traffic.
That area needs improvement anyway, with all of the traffic that kind of cuts through there.
Correct.
So just wanted to make sure that the trucks can get in and out. And Commissioner Thomas, this is in your district, and I know that you worked hard to locate.
Madam Chair, remember this board has also approved an independent living facility on Patrick Henry Drive, and that facility is about 400,000 square feet. And we had the fire department look at it when we had those plans presented to us to make sure we could service it well. So that building will be coming up very soon, I hope. In addition to that, on that medical platform that's there, they're proposing 3 additional buildings the size of the one building that's there now. They have engaged several potential clients, and I can't give the names, and we're hoping they come through. But again, we wanted to have our chief look at it so we can serve those medical buildings, the independent living facility that's coming on Patrick Henry Boulevard, in addition to the fact Encompass is already on Patrick Henry Boulevard as well. And that does not include the other developments that are residential that's coming over on Jonesboro Road. So this will be a great improvement for us to have this facility in District 4. We didn't just arbitrarily just pick a spot. This came from Team Henry. It came from our Chief of Fire as well. It came from those who are looking at the future to make sure we're making a very good decision. So I certainly would ask for the support from this board in making sure this happens.
Madam Chair, just for those that may be viewing, I did fail to list that it is a 4.97 acre tract of land located on Harold Drive, and the purchase price would be $350,000.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so any questions from the board? Commissioner Wilson?
Building the fire station.
Well, as soon as the board gives us the go-ahead on this purchase, we'll have to close on the property. Obviously, they're waiting for us to close, and then as soon as we get the closing handled, we'll toss it to Lynn, who handles our capital projects, to start building the package in consultation with our fire chief. I keep mentioning that this is a SPLOST 5 project, because this is yet another project that we're delivering on time, ahead of schedule, and so ideally, we want to go ahead and get it moving as quickly as possible. Commissioner Thomas wants it built tomorrow, so we understand the direction, and so we will certainly move forward with getting this built.
So it's like we're gonna have 2 fire stations under construction at the same time.
We have several. We have replacements and a couple of new fire stations that will be moving at the same time.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions from the board, I'd like to call for a motion.
I'd like to put forward the motion for approval, please.
Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. No further discussion, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is annexation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. Give us 1 second to get to the presentation, please.
Has this annexation come before us before?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
See it? That's not it either. Is it in order? No. Okay. That's not it, no. It's probably at the end because we jumped. All right, so since we went out of order, the presentations are a little bit out of order.
Well, sometime that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
We got our books. Go ahead.
Okay. The City of Stockbridge received a request for annexation for a property located along Patrick Henry Parkway, consisting of approximately 20 acres. The property, if we had the map, we would see that it's between the Georgia Power Building and the medical building on Patrick Henry. The future land use map is part of the, was adopted by October 30th, designates the subject property as high-density mixed use. This mixed use does support developments between 8 to 20 units per net acre. The applicant is requesting a concurrent rezoning for the subject property for a mixed-use multifamily residential development. This is the property here that's outlined in the green hash marks on the map. Based off our evaluation, planning staff's opinion, it doesn't create a substantial change in zoning land use or increase in density or necessarily infrastructure demands. And so staff will answer any questions you may have.
What is this across from?
The Georgia Power Building.
And what road improvements are going to be done on Patrick Henry if we allow this? Who's going to do road improvements on this?
Yes, ma'am. So I guess I could defer to Rocky, but I know that at some point Patrick Henry's going to be widened to 4 lanes. I'm not sure when.
Okay, so are they annexing that part of the road?
Road, they get the roads and everything, yes, ma'am. So also remember, we'll still own the other side of the road. So any annexation that moves forward now, they have to take the road as well.
And so, okay.
Chair, currently the road, the way it has been built is for the future 4-lane. So the current road that is there is actually your northbound lanes. So in the future, we can add the southbound lanes.
And how many units are they talking about trying to build?
So the units,
You said mixed use, correct?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So several hundred units. You got some hotels, you got a village retail center as part of it as well, townhomes and apartments.
Okay, and so, Sherry, as part of these annexations, moving forward, we had talked about making sure that the road was included in the annexation, but also for fire services, we need to have, can we put in something that says that if we do the annexation, that they have to follow the county's ordinance when it comes to fire service inspections and that type of thing? Because at the end of the day, we provide that service to the city of Stockbridge, but we have no say in the inspection piece of it when it comes to the fire codes. But I've got to send my firefighters in there to fight something that we don't govern. So can we put that as part of the annexation, that they have to follow our ordinance?
So I don't believe it can be included in the annexation language. I believe the place for that would be in our service delivery strategy, where we can at least send something to the cities, all of the cities, because we provide fire services for at least 3 of the 4 cities. And I know that this has been a pain point for the commissioners, specifically where the cities have their own fire marshals, but we're expected to go in and really not know what's on the other side of the door. So that is certainly something that I can work with our county attorneys on in drafting something to get over to the respective cities as it pertains to that. But I think that the service delivery strategy would actually be the better tool because part of that SDS is that we're saying that we will provide a level of service based on services that the cities may not be able to provide. As a result, we want you all to follow our county ordinances and provisions that we have in place. So that is certainly something that we can work with our attorneys on, and then I will commit to report back to the board at our next meeting on where we are with that in terms of notifying the cities. But I have it noted, and we will certainly make contact with them.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Thomas.
To this board, I'm very concerned about this annexation because there again, we're going into it very blindly. We have made considerable, the county, considerable investment into the Patrick Henry Boulevard to set a standard. And that standard was to make it a medical and professional corridor. In doing that, we have the 400,000 square feet coming. But the standard for that 400,000 square feet is nothing less than a building that we have went through to determine it meets the criteria for the area. The standards are high. It mirrors that of what you see in Encompass. The standards were high for Encompass. I'm very concerned about these constant annexations. The city of Stockbridge wants to annex land behind Encompass and then put a bunch of apartments back there. It devalues the land, it devalues the purpose. They know that we have an investment coming across the street. We're kind of diagonal from Encompass. They're aware of that. And again, it devalues what we're trying to do for this area. And I have talked with citizens around me, and there's a coalition going to the city of Stockbridge telling them to get out and keep their hands off. Because while we are trying to build the value of Henry County, the name of Henry County, we have what I think is concerning buildings coming around us and devaluing the work that we're putting in. So this annexation I cannot support, not the way it is here. and not the way it's being proposed. We need to find another way to work. Now, for some reason, there is this huge desire to come outside to annex land, but you're not taking care of your own downtown. You got plenty of land downtown, Stockbridge. Take care of what's inside of your hub before coming out on the outskirts trying to get more land and more space and more people when you have a hub inside that needs your care. So I'm very upset about it that people have elected me to represent this area, and we have built it very meticulously in the last 5 years. To have this happen is very troubling to me. I can't support it. The citizens that I've spoken with do not want me to support it. And I need to say, Stockbridge, just hands off. Get back and take care of your home instead of constantly coming out here trying to take care of what we have. I cannot support it, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wilson, you had a comment.
So you're probably going to tell me that an objection is should not be filed today with the board. Is that correct? So we can file an objection, is that correct? With the SDS agreement until the SDS agreement has been updated.
That is correct. If you're wanting to incorporate language regarding fire services.
Absolutely.
So that is not currently in our SDS. But Mr. Kirk mentioned, because I think there was two questions posed. One was the fire services and one was regarding roads. The new annexation provisions or law requires that when an annexation occurs, the roads are included. Is that correct, Mr. Kirk? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Except for when the county has property and the city has property. So I want to make sure I clarify that, because that's what's typically occurring with a lot of these annexations. If the county owns property on one side of the road, then that road is shared. The county has a responsibility and the city has a responsibility.
That's done on purpose.
And that is fine if we have one side of the road, but you have to pay both sides. And
Correct, you can't just do one lane.
If they're going to have wear and tear on the roads, then it's something, I think, a shared cost that we could do together. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is we're talking about making it whole, and you're talking about on one side of the road and the other side of the road, right? So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Thomas because she has worked hard to make this a medical hub. And I do recall while sitting as a council member for the city of Stockbridge, that was the outlook as well. So I'm just kind of concerned that this is coming up because the purpose of annexation or redistricting is to make it whole. And this would not make it whole by having one side of the road to the other. And again, for as our fire services, that would cause a big problem. Even in the SDS, I feel, especially if someone is not getting along at the time, and then, you just have a big divide that will take place. So I just know that I wholeheartedly support what Commissioner Thomas has stated. And I just want my former colleagues to know, if we're gonna make this whole, we just have to think about smart growth when we're doing this. And also have a question, have we spoken to the school board in reference to bringing apartments to the area? Because Eagles Landing cluster is an older cluster. And so when we're doing all of this development, everyone should be at the table. Everyone should be at the table to ensure that this is a good look and a good, just making us whole here in Henry County, just in reference to this. So have they had the discussions with the school board, do you know of?
I don't know, I can't say.
Okay.
What is it currently
So-
zoned?
It's commercial,
It's zoned commercial, but not mixed use.
correct. Future land use maps shows for mixed use.
So for the annexation, they want to change it to mixed use from commercial.
Yeah, they're on their side, it's called PD, Plan Development, but it's the same thing as a mixed use.
Okay, then, so then, no, they have not had a conversation
Correct.
with the
So it-
schools
So they still have to rezone it.
Right, and these are conversations that have to be had. It have to be had in order to make this work. And I'm not in agreement, and I know, they're listening, but they should understand that even if not having a fire department, we don't want to put our fire department, our police services at risk when it comes to this. So that's just my input on it.
Commissioner England.
One question, please. Thank y'all. On what grounds can we legally object the annexation simply?
So I would go back to objection based off of services or infrastructure pertaining to police and fire.
Follow-up question. Do we feel like that will hold up?
That's an attorney question, I would think.
So I will defer that to our county attorney. I mean, that's certainly, we can provide the information, but they will have to represent the county on that. And I think a lot of what you all are talking about are certainly feasible conversations to have, but I don't think staff can determine if that would hold up or not. So I'll defer.
Scott?
And that's a question we can look at and get back to you on that. It's something we can look into, absolutely.
So for legal, are we better to object or better off to table this item to further date?
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Scott. I don't believe we have time to table. We have so many days that we have to hear it, and
That's correct. There's a time limit. I don't think you would be able to table it right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so we spent enough time on this. I'd like to call for a motion.
I'd like to put forth the motion to deny this request.
Objection.
Object.
Yes, ma'am.
Objectives, I'd like to put forth in a motion to object to this request.
Okay, got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries. De-annexation.
Yes, ma'am. Henry County did receive a request for de-annexation of 10 properties located at 10 and 11 Devon Court, 200, 205, 215, 225, 235, and 245 Jasper Drive, and 201 and 211 White Sands Bay Drive, consisting of about 12.748 acres. The properties are highlighted in green on the maps. The properties to be annexed the subject properties were annexed by the City of Stockbridge in January 1, 2023, per Senate Bill 612. Before the annexation by the City of Stockbridge, the properties were zoned R1, single-family residence, which is equivalent to the City of Stockbridge's SR, which is suburban residential land use designation. I'll go back to that for you. Per OCGA 3636-131, a municipality is granted the authority to de-annex an area or areas of the existing corporate limits upon the adoption of a resolution by the governing authority of the county in which such property is located, consenting to such designation. If the governing authority of the county consents to the de-annexation and the de-annexation conforms with the requirements of OCGA Article 8, the governing authority of the municipality corporation shall approve such de-annexation unless it finds that the de-annexation would be considered a detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and property owners of the area to be de-annexed or the area remaining within the municipality. So it's planning staff's opinion that the de-annexation would not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents or the property owners of the area to be de-annexed or the area remaining within inside the City of Stockbridge.
So let me get this straight.
Yes, ma'am.
These residents were in the county.
Yes, ma'am.
And because of what Senate bill?
Bill 612. That was the referendum.
That was the referendum on the ballot.
Yes, ma'am.
That voters had the opportunity to decide whether they wanted to be annexed into the City of Stockbridge.
Yes, ma'am.
Which was a very close vote.
Yes, ma'am.
So now those citizens want to come back to the county. Do we have anyone here from this particular area would you stand so I can see you all? Okay. Okay, all right, great. So we just need to make a motion to
Essentially accept the de-annexation.
accept the
Yes, ma'am.
annexation.
And then it
Okay.
goes back to Stockbridge to do the same.
Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, and I do want to make it public that he quoted the law, but the new law now gives property owners the opportunity to come together and make a request for the de-annexation. The county can't, but these property owners do have the right to exercise that. And there are other property owners who have contacted me. They're getting their subdivisions together. And they're looking to de-annex from the city to come back to the county, because that's where they choose to be. And I will support them in their initiative to come back to the county. But I wanted the public to know the new law is out there that gives property owners the right to do this. The county cannot, but you can as property owners. You can request a de-annexation from the city. You don't have to accept their annexations.
Okay, so,
Point of clarification, you can only do 10 properties at a time, so
okay.
you'll see probably multiple requests.
What subdivision is this?
It's the
Mandalay? Okay, yeah.
subdivision.
So
backs
they
into
were part of the
Farm Waters.
county, but when it was on the referendum, they
Yes, ma'am.
got swept into the city. So now they want to come, they want to de-annex and come back to the county.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Ma'am?
Madam Chair, Tifa, please make sure, just for clarification, the board understands that the city has to accept
Right.
the
Right.
de-annexation.
Right.
So
Understand.
I want to make sure that everybody understands the full process. Just as we acted on one and objected, the city has the same authority to do that as well. So I don't want anyone to leave here thinking, once it goes to the city, it's automatically approved, because we still
Right.
have to follow their processes as well.
Right.
Thank
Well,
you.
the citizens can go to the City of Stockbridge meeting.
Correct.
And voice your opinion or stand on the grounds of their community.
Absolutely.
If they decide to do that. So I'd like to just call for a motion to accept the annexation. Yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I don't oppose to anything that a citizen has their right to do. So giving that, I would never hold anything back, but I would make sure that you all definitely go to the city of Stockbridge if this is something that you want to do, and then go from there. But I just know for me, I would never hold up from someone stating that they want to be de-annexed for their property. Just want to make that clear.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
I make a motion.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Wilson? Okay, all in favor? Motion carries.
Okay.
That's it?
If we're going down the list, we have the RFP resolution on the next page.
The next item was removed, and he's just jumping down to the next.
I'm sorry.
Discussion only for the RFP for Jonesboro Road master plan.
Where is that at?
It's on the regular agenda, just going down the list. Item 21, or Exhibit 21.
Okay, I got it, okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this is a resolution for the Board of Commissioners rewarding.
This is discussion only.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
RFP 2405 to Croy Engineering in the amount of $263,170 for the preparation and implementation of a Jonesboro Road master plan. On June 6, 2023, the Board of Commissioners authorized and directed staff to solicit proposals to consider a master plan for Jonesboro Road. As a result of the resolution, the proposals for the creation and implementation was requested through RFP 2405. The purchasing department did solicit proposals for the master plan. We did receive 4 proposals. 2 of the proposals were deemed ineligible, one not acknowledging the addendum and the other for not submitting a sealed bid. The 2 eligible proposals were reviewed and scored by evaluation committee on September 7th, 2023, and Croy Engineering received the highest score. We did ask for a best and final offer, which included a breakdown of the full extent of Jonesboro Road from Clayton County line to west to the city limits of McDonough to the east. That includes the $263,170. We also asked for a proposal for the portion of Jonesboro Road west of I-75 to the county line, which is $185,720. And we also asked for a proposal for the portion of Jonesboro Road east to I-75 to the city limits of city of McDonough, which is $146,920. Planning staff did not account for this project within our budget. Potentially, I guess, fund balance would need to be used to cover the amount depending on the proposal options desired by the Board of Commissioners. Currently, Henry County Planning and Zoning regulates development for properties adjacent to Jonesboro Road through our Highway Corridor Overlay District, which requires, amongst other things, streetscape improvements, enhanced architectural standards, and infrastructure requirements. And with that, I'll ask any questions.
Will you go back to the last slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So this last bullet point, where you currently, this is in the Highway Overlay District?
Yes, ma'am.
That includes streetscapes, improvement, architectural standards, and infrastructure requirements. Can this not be taken and incorporated into, I mean, be incorporated into what, I guess, divisions that, you know, we have for Jonesboro Road? I'm not in favor of taking anything out of fund balance right now, so I don't know where we would get the money to pay for it at this particular time.
Right. So the overlay can be used. We've done it in the past. We're currently doing it now, so in essence, it could be.
So can we get with the commissioners of those east and west side and sit down and kind of get together on a vision of what would be needed? I mean, we're talking about almost $300,000 for something that we already have in place?
Short answer is yes.
Okay. But this is discussion only.
Well, I'm concerned about your answer because we've talked about this extensively. And to now say, well, we can do this is concerning to me. It was stated to me that we needed assistance to plan this area and to plan it correctly. And that's one of the reasons I came before this board and asked for assistance to make sure we planned this corridor correctly. And now I'm hearing you say, oh, well, we can do this. I don't want us to take this road and end up having it look like some of our other areas. And we talked about this. And so I'm concerned that we have, and I inherited Jonesboro Road. I inherited with 4 or 5 different apartment complexes coming, 4 or 5 different developers coming, no concept of what it's going to look like, just I take my part and I put magnolias, I take my part and I do strawberry patch, I take my part and I do this. But there's no concept for the growth and what it needs to be. Now, you're saying to me, you could have done this, why wasn't it done? So I'm very concerned about the wording that you're saying to our chair, that now we could do this and it wasn't done, and their idea petitioned this board emphatically against some of them who questioned me. You did. I petitioned this board emphatically to make sure we put forth a concept of growth and innovation for this road so we would not lose control of it. As it is now, we do not have control of it. So I need to know exactly what we're talking about. In fact, we only started talking about Jonesboro West because the chair said to me, well, Commissioner, if you're going to put that much energy in Jonesboro East, well, let's do the whole road.
I did.
And I was trying to survive this entire redoing of this road. So I'm looking like, well, what's going on now? Can we do it or can we not do it? Because I'm very concerned. Jonesboro Road cannot be left to itself. We have done that on different corridors now, and people can barely get through them. They look like a hodgepodge of whatever happens, happens. You got the gas station next to the Taco Bell and the Taco Bell next to the the storage facilities, just a hodgepodge of things. I am trying to do better than that, and I do better than that in District 4. Now, because I inherited this area, I feel behind, that I've not been able to actually plan it like it's supposed to be, and I'm trying to stop that from just taking over the area. Jonesboro Road West, you inherited some things I don't think you can ever straighten up.
Never.
I just don't, because it's done, basically. But it was done without a lot of thought put into it. It's just there. You can shop and whatever happens. And I'm trying to stop that, so help me and don't leave me out here saying, you put forth this effort, emphatically petition this board, and not say we can do it. Help me out, I'm lost.
So I'm confused as well. So in our earlier conversations, I mentioned to you we had the overlay, and we do meet with the developers. We try to create the place that you're asking for, right? We do the street trees, we do the sidewalks, we do all the things that this plan would do. So, I mean, I'm confused as well, because we had this conversation when I said the overlay did these things. So, you know, you asked for an RFP, so we did the RFP, and these are the numbers we got back. I mean, I can't control what they're gonna charge us.
Well, I'm not concerned about the cost here. I'm concerned about what you said you can and cannot do.
So when, I'm not sure when I said that.
that.
I'm not sure when I said that.
Okay, so
If I said that.
let's do this. Listen,
Yes, ma'am.
let's do this. I need, Sherry, I need for staff to get with each commissioner on the east side and west side. Y'all sit down, come up with something, and,
Chair, we do that on every project.
I understand that,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
we're not talking about every project. We're talking about in the entirety. So you got the east side of Jonesboro and you got the west side of Jonesboro. Not much space left on that other side.
Correct.
Because that's been built out. But if it is any opportunity for any other development to go there, then let's look and see what that would be. On the other side of Jonesboro, you have opportunity for quite a bit of development to come. We have some things that are going on now, but as we move forward, let's look at those partials and let's come up with a game plan. We know what can go there and what can't go there. Just have the conversations with the commissioners and come up with something for the entirety, not just per project, but the entirety. Because I don't want to see any more car washes, and I'm not against car washes, but we've got our collective numbers. I don't want to see any more storage facilities, not against storage facilities because I use one, okay? But at the end of the day, it's just Jonesboro Road, we don't want that corridor to look like we just threw a puzzle up in the air and pieces landed where they landed. And so I think that is what the concern is of our commissioners. And so if you could get with them, and then we will come up with a plan.
All right, yes, ma'am.
But this is just discussion. This was not for a vote anyway.
Right, all right, I'm clear. So just to say, the storage facilities, car washes, we've already taken care of those things through ordinances.
Pawn shops, dollar stores.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
all of that, yes, ma'am.
All right. Commissioner Ang.
One question, and I think this will help provide us some clarity. What will the proposal provide us as far as planning that the Highway Corridor Overlay District does not?
Also, as part of the RFP, we looked at creating a TAD or CID as well. So there's different elements to that. Now that part, yes, we would need help with. They are also going to provide potential sketches or elevations, what could potentially go along that road. But again, it would just be a hypothetical drawing, if you will. But again, we understand what's needed for that corridor, and communicating with the commissioners is fine. We kind of know her vision already. So when anyone comes into the office, we kind of already know what, say, hey, that's not going to work. This may work. You know, we give them options. We don't just arbitrarily just take whatever they bring us off the first take.
Madam Chair, may I jump in real quick? Because I feel like there may be a misunderstanding in terms of what staff was directed to do in addition to the highway overlay. So the highway overlay is going to give some very basic generic design regulations. I believe what I understood from Commissioner Thomas is that she wanted more of a design book for developers to know if you're coming into District 4, above and beyond this overlay, these are some of the things that we're going to be looking for. So I think that was the intent of doing the RFP. We can certainly sit down again, but staff took their lead from what they believed the commissioner wanted in terms of enhancing above and beyond the overlay. So in your initial question in terms of what does this overlay do, why are we not doing the overlay? We can do the overlay, but the overlay will not provide a laid out master plan for the entire corridor. And this RFP was for a master plan for the entire corridor. Absence of what's on the ground today, if anything were to go away and someone were to come in and develop on the east or west side of Jonesboro Road, we would be able to hand them this, I'm gonna call it, like, you know, when you go in the paint store and they have the pallets of the paint, here's the layout of what we're looking for. We're doing something similar in District 3. He's made it abundantly clear, I don't want hodgepodge. I want a master plan. I want developers to know that when they come into the community, it's not just this is what I want, but this is what I envision. And so I think what we need to do, Mr. Kirk, is sit back down, make sure that the RFP speaks to above and beyond the overlay, and see if we're able to work with the consultant on getting that cost down. The bigger issue for us is that obviously this was not something that was budgeted. And so that's why we had to bring it to the board for you all to authorize the payment for it. But we'll get to where I believe the commissioners want for this area. And I think it's just having a book that shows individuals that want to develop, here is what we're looking for. I don't want us to focus on what can go there. It's all about what it looks like. Because our zoning ordinance, you know, last week you all approved a future land use map. So that's the footprint for what's going to happen along that corridor. So it's not a matter of what can go there, it's how the development needs to look. And we will get this fixed and we'll get it back to the board.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Toussaint. Okay, so next item on the agenda is SPLOST. SPLOST 6, Rocky.
Good morning, Chair again and board members. That's not it. Give us 1 second, I think since we changed the order. So this is for our SPLOST 6, Chair, resolution of the Board of Commissioners, as you mentioned, pertaining the creation for the committee for SPLOST 6. The current Henry County SPLOST is to expire next March of 2025. Henry County Commissioners decides to explore the viability of calling for a voter referendum on the continuation of the SPLOST program. Should it be determined that the continuation of the SPLOST program should be placed on the ballot, it is necessary to formulate a list of projects to present to the voters. The board wishes to appoint a committee of citizens to serve as the SPLOST 6 committee to advise and assist the board in this endeavor. The following are SPLOST 6 committee. They'll be created to do the following. As you can see, is formulating an accurate estimate of the amounts of the revenue that will be potentially be generated by the new SPLOST program, receiving public input from members of Henry County community as to the projects suggested for the inclusion of the new SPLOST program, formulating an accurate estimate on potential projects for inclusion in the new SPLOST program, presenting a report to the Henry County Board of Commissioners as to the cost estimates and the recommended projects for the inclusion of the SPLOST 6 ballot. The SPLOST 6 committee shall be composed of members as follows. Each board member shall appoint a member. The county manager has one, and the chair will have one as well. The committee shall seek conclusion of the business on June the 30th, 2024, as to report and also present to the board. The review and consideration can be made at the public meeting for the board commissioners on a date set forth. The following is the meetings. They have been already confirmed, the locations for the date and time. We will have 7 meetings, and we will include the cities on the locations that are nearby. I'll take any questions at this time.
Okay. Stephanie, can you read the names of the appointees?
Yes, ma'am. For chair, it's Travis Wines, District 1, Oliver Hawkins, District 2, Rodney Lemons, District 3, Craig Burns, District 4, Ann Fields, District 5, Denise Sylvia, and for the county manager, Lourdes Kenmay? Kearney, sorry.
I don't think, can you repeat the name for District 2? Because you said mine for District 3.
Rodney Lemons?
Yeah, you said for District 3.
Okay, my apologies. District 3 is Craig Burns.
The name District 4?
Ann Fields?
Yeah, you read it.
All right. Okay, so I'd like to call for a motion for the creation of the SPLOST committee.
Make a motion.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No discussion, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, Rocky, the next one is stormwater.
Yes, Chair. The next one is for discussion. We have 4 different ordinances that we're going to be updating. The first one is the post-development for stormwater management. This is a very lengthy one. I know we have a lot of things going on. I don't know if you want me to go through every single page. I don't think we need to.
Okay.
But I think we have provided here what was before and what is proposed. Basically, all of these ordinances, I'll go one by one, but this one is due because of the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District. They're requiring this as well as EPD. So to meet the requirements, we need to update the ordinance for those 2.
Okay.
And this one is basically, again, the post-development. As you can see, the red is what they're removing, and it goes in very details of water quality and different aspects regulating post-construction. The next one is the stream buffer protection ordinance. And this one is also required by the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District and also EPD. The next one is litter control ordinance. This one again is required by the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District and EPD. They just added new sections in here. And the last one is going to be the car washes for recycling water. This one is only for the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District. This is something that we're already doing, but it's not in the ordinance, so we just want to make sure that we're up to date with all the ordinance for both the Metropolitan North Georgia and also EPD. And for the next board meeting, we'll be bringing the actual resolutions for action for the board to take.
Okay, then, so we've got copy of the ordinances here that you want to update. I advise all the commissioners to take the opportunity to read and go through. If you have any questions prior to the next board meeting, please reach out to Rocky prior to the board meeting so we can get these ordinances approved. Okay, thank you. Did you have a question?
I do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, does the retention ponds fall on the stormwater, or is that a different area?
It will follow on the stormwater, and it will be under the post-construction.
So you have an area in this as well on the, for the retention ponds?
It will be there as well. And I know it was updated a few months ago. That will be included in this one as well.
Okay, I'll be looking for that. Thank you.
So we'll update this to make sure that we include the previous things that we have, the county itself have approved as an ordinance that is not part of the North Metro Georgia.
And when you do that, please add to that the underground retention ponds as well, okay?
It is already an ordinance.
Okay,
It will be part of the post-construction.
thank you.
Okay, and so just make sure that commissioners have all of that prior to the meeting.
We will.
Okay, all right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
So we're gonna go back to top of the agenda, where we have presentations from Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, closeout presentation, David Smith and G-Men.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. Since 2021, we've run here in Henry County an emergency rental assistance program. Our program administrator for that was G-Men, and the project manager was Curry Davis Consulting. This morning, we have a closeout presentation for you, presented by Elizabeth Wilson of G-Men and Karen Curry Davis of the Curry Davis Consulting Group. They'll also be able to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, I want to thank Henry County and the commissioners for allowing us to manage this program since April of 2021. We've been very pleased that we've been able to assist the residents of Henry County with both utility and rental assistance, and also to provide some training on behalf of the nonprofits here in Henry County. We also just wanted to acknowledge that G-Men has successfully had 3 audits since this time, all with no findings, showing that we have managed these funds over $38 million successfully, and to acknowledge the very amazing partnership that we've had with Karen Davis of Curry Davis Consulting. So Karen will go through the presentation and we'll share some of the highlights and some of the outcomes of this program. Again, during the worst time, Henry County stepped up and provided these resources for the residents. And on a regular basis, we get thank you. So I wanted to just share that with you all. Karen?
Thank you. And I also want to echo sincere gratitude for the opportunity to serve Henry County residents and partner with various partners around Henry County to provide service. As Elizabeth stated, and you can see here on the screen, we did 4 rounds. Henry County received funding for 2 rounds, and the other 3 rounds, we actually worked to spend down funds that were received through the Department of Community Affairs. They had funds that they weren't able to spend, and so Henry County residents got the direct benefit of getting those funds instead of waiting in line for state funding. So I really want to commend you all for allowing that opportunity to get the money directly for Henry County. As you see, we have done over $38,572,19.17 in ERAP funds. A breakdown of that includes over $11 million in rent assistance, with over $25 million being for arrears. And the difference between the two, folks could be applying for, they've been evicted, they need rent assistance to move, or they were displaced due to the pandemic and needed rent assistance. But as you can see, the bulk of it was spent on rental arrears, 67%. Also, same here with utility assistance, $53,000, with over $1 million being spent for utility arrears. And so we continue to have a partnership with Georgia Power to create a direct pipeline for rental assistance. They allowed us to go into their portal. They reached out to all of their customers who were past due or on a past due list directly to market the Henry County ERAP and Utility Assistance Program. And so that partnership yielded, as you can see, a huge result as far as payments being made to households for utility assistance. And so on the screen, we broke it down by round just so everyone can have an opportunity to see how people were served and the amounts each round by the time frame. As Elizabeth stated, we started April 2021. We just wrapped up the fourth and final round as far as funding that's available this month. We are working on final closeout. Towards the end, we do have checks getting returned, and what we do is work with the courts, identify eviction cases to put that money right back out there to participants who are in need. The portal closed on August 14th this year. And what we do is, before we get too far out, we assess how many applications we have in the pipeline and how much funding we have available. And we tend to close the portal maybe a month or two early so that we can start assessing the spend down more closely, so that we don't end up with people who have applied for the program and there aren't any funds available. And that is important, because they'll be calling you all saying nobody told them. And so we typically close it early and just spend down the funds with the people that are in the pipeline. Here, this is just additional information. I know a lot has been covered, so I won't go by detail. The summary was available up there. The average amounts spent per household and by round for Henry ERAP. As you can see, Henry started out with, $4 million. The numbers, the amount of funds available were a little bit lower. The demonstrated success of the project, spending down the funds, I think created a pathway for Henry County to go to DCA to say, hey, give us some of the funds that you all have not been able to spend, so that our residents can get direct assistance. And so we kind of moved into higher numbers in the third round with ERAP 1 reallocated funds, $13.5 million, serving over 4,200 people. I think I skipped one. Maybe not. Heading into round 4, one of the things we tried, and this was as a result of a commission meeting that we had, that we presented, and some questions around, how do we serve people who the landlords are not wanting to receive the payments? And so we developed a model. Henry County kind of made it clear that the direct payment model was not something, the direction we wanted to go in, and rightfully so. We partnered with the magistrate court to work directly with the eviction cases. That team was amazing, as far as every single week sending us all of the eviction cases that they had on the docket each week. We would do direct outreach to those folks. For those landlords who did not want to participate in the program at all, historically, they would have not had an opportunity to receive funds. But what we decided to do was develop the debit card program to work with the families who were being immediately displaced due to eviction and put in some pretty stringent criteria to make sure that the funds were getting used the way that they were intended. We did an intensive kind of process, calling around to U-Haul storage facilities, to try to get an estimate of how much would a family need immediately if they're displaced. The rent assistance option was always there, so we did $3,000 per month. And so with the debit card program, it is pretty costly to keep up that particular program, but we ended up doing 48,013 households with the debit card program in round 3, kind of going into round 4. As I said, this is our last round as far as the fundings that are available. So this was ERAP 2 funds that were also, again, reallocated to Henry County from the Department of Community Affairs. And so that amount was $13,968,950. We have been successful in getting all of those funds out the door to serve Henry County residents. This last round, I would probably say the majority of it, if not 90%, was spent on eviction prevention. As you know, with the rental rates going up, evictions are also going up. This is an issue in Henry County as well as across the nation. And so we definitely decided to prioritize evictions as what we decided to spend the funds on this last round. So for eviction assistance and stability services, overall, Henry County payments for evictions for all rounds going back July 2021 when we started the relationship with the courts to October 2023, we've prevented evictions for 1,158 households, spending $10,726,428 to prevent evictions. $9,262.89 was the average payment for households who were on the eviction docket, and 206 in stability services. And so, again, here the portal closed on August 14th. What we did was we asked the court to continue to send us the docket because we know that funds get returned or, something tends to fall out with the landlord not wanting the funds, so that we could go in and serve from that eviction docket the current cases. So when we stop up through, and this should actually say October 20th because I got new numbers the day that I sent this, over 1,082 active eviction cases came in after we closed the portal. So, but that's nothing. April said that over 10,000 evictions as of 2 weeks ago, I think was the date, have been coming through the court. So it breaks my heart because I know what we've been able to do with these rounds. Funding does come to an end, but, there is definitely still a crisis here. I was very shocked to see over 1,000 cases just between October and October 20th from when we shut down the portal, and her sending that 10,000, that's a really big number. And so, again, we definitely did our due diligence to serve Henry County residents. Certainly, if the opportunity presents itself, G-Men and myself will welcome the opportunity to continue to serve, but this is where we are. So I'll answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the partnership that the county was able to have with you all. Definitely want to thank Judge Jones and Magistrate Court and his staff for all of the hard work that they did in trying to keep people in their residences, as well as Commissioner Chris Nunn from DCA. He reached out to me and said, hey, I have some funds, can you use them? And I was like, absolutely, we can. And so when we ran out of that round, I called him back. I said, do you have any more funds? And he said, yeah, I think I do. So,
Call him again.
So, but we appreciate you all being able to get those funds out to the families that were in need to either help them reestablish or to prevent eviction. That meant a lot to our citizens here in the county, and we really appreciate the hard work and the partnership that you all had with the county and making sure that we were able to service our constituents. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any comments, Commissioner Thomas?
I do want to make a couple of comments. One of the things that, again, I pushed David and Sherry about when G-Man came, where they come from, how they get here. I mean, I put you all through it. And they assured us that they had gotten the best for the county, and I will say they got the best for the county. And one of the things I ask companies to do when they come to Henry County, you make money here, what are you investing back into the county? And not everybody can answer that question. G-Man not only came and made money here by providing the service, but they invested back into this county and gave us a seminar that I sat and took notes on. Our nonprofits came out in droves. They did not want to leave this group. I pushed them out of the learning area. They were in the hallway. I pushed them out of the hallways. They went on to the porch area. I pushed them out of the porch area, and I left them in the streets talking to nonprofits. And this was an all-day event. I want to thank you for giving back to the community, helping our nonprofits, and I'm being pushed to get you back in front of them again. So again, they became partners with us and not just takers and not just a business. They came back to the community to empower the community for self-service. And for that, I want to thank you, and thank you to our finance director and Team Henry and Sherry. You did make a great choice. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I had a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner. You sure? Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, I know you're sitting down, but I just want to say as well, just thank you very much for the work that you did. It is very rare to find such a professional organization who actually does what they say they're going to do. So I just want to say thank you, and I just want to publicly say thank you to Chairwoman Harrell for caring about the citizens of Henry County and going out and getting additional funding. Without the extra money that Chairwoman Harrell got, we would have increased the numbers of homelessness in Henry County by droves. So I just want to publicly say thank you. I appreciate what you did, and I appreciate organizations like Southern Crescent Veterans with Master Sergeant Basden. I think she sends something out almost every day about families in need. So we have partners like that in the community who really care about not only veterans, but just, everybody in the community. It makes our community better. So I just want to publicly say thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Everside Employee Wellness Center.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners, Madam Chair, good morning to you all. This morning, we have with us Mr. Brandon King. Brandon is our consultant and our primary contact person with Everside. Everside is the management company that oversees our health clinic, Henry Cares.
Morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of the board. Pleasure to be with you again and see familiar faces. As Shannon said, my name is Brandon King. I just wanted to go through some updates for you since our
I think you're going the wrong way.
Wrong way, sorry about that. Just some, go over some program highlights and reviews since our last meeting for our employee wellness clinic that we put on for Henry County. So today go over just a program overview. Nothing really changed since our last meeting together. Clinic hours, our eligibility, of course, for our employee, spouse, dependents, and all your retirees. Current staffing model with our 2 mid-level providers and MAs, and then our current, just a high-level list there of our clinic services and scope. I'll highlight a few of these as we go through some of the utilization here. So on this screen here, this is obviously kind of busy, but wanted to give you all plenty of information here to look at the important takeaways and the salient data points there across the top. So I'll draw your attention to the top. So ran this from Q4 of last year through Q3 of this year. So you'll see there across the top in the last year, we've had just over 3,300 appointments that were made at the clinic.
Of that, just 2588 were actually completed visits that were made by 926 people. That averages out to almost 3 visits per participant, which is really what we like to see so that we know that we have a regular return of patients that gives us a better chance of managing their healthcare needs. There in the kind of the middle section of this table, you'll see just the graphing of by the days and times of the day. This is just to really kind of illustrate and show the darker green areas being the more popular times. This is something that I will often use with Sherry and the management team and our HR team, just to highlight where there's areas of opportunities as we're looking to grow and add some of the services I'll mention here in just a moment. Where do we have room to do that? So what's not listed here, but just for your information, since COVID and as we've started to see kind of a resurgence of in-clinic appointments, our clinic here over this last year, we're running at about 50% capacity, right? So we've seen more people coming back into the clinic, which is great. The good news of that is we still have room to grow, right? And we've been working with the county on some other opportunities to get some of your new hires in the clinic as well. I'll also draw your attention just to the bottom left there. So one of the things, of course, that the clinic can do, we can do all your day-to-day episodic needs, but we really have a very strong lean and focus on your chronic care management, right? Meeting people in their current stages of health and hoping to help them along that health journey, maybe making some improvements to some lifestyle changes, but also taking care of their chronic health needs. So overwhelmingly, you'll see there the top visits that we see coming into our clinic are for chronic health condition needs. So the takeaway there for me and for all of you to know is the clinic is really doing what it's designed to do in terms of its usage by your members. Here's just some more details of those utilization trends, just laid out in a different graph, top to bottom, if you like to kind of look at those. And then here, just to give you a little bit better visualization of how this kind of looks quarter by quarter, and then you'll see down at the bottom month to month. So important to note, these fluctuations that we see with some of the dips, those are typical that we see across our book of business, and we'll usually just say those kind of follow seasonal trends. So you'll start to see as you go into Q4, Q1, a lot of your episodic needs, your colds and sick visits will increase, and so we'll usually see utilization start to tick up. So I would expect as we come back to you all, maybe by early next year, we'll start to see that increase back again. So one of the things that we also really started pushing here earlier this year was the Net Promoter Score. So if you've ever been to any other major business, if you've received nowadays a lot of text messages and emails of surveys, we have also implemented that across our book of business as well. Important to note here, kind of hard to read, but in the bottom of that left-hand block, you'll see the ranking of the Net Promoter Score. So it goes from a positive 100, 0, and then a negative 100, okay? So you see our scores consistently, we stay in the high 80 to 90th percentile. Just as a little side note, I looked up the latest healthcare industry NPS scores, and they average anywhere between 43 to 58. And so during COVID, that was understandably a bit lower. Those are starting to tick up, but at Everside and with our clinic here, we are always in the high 80s to low 90s. So I think that's indicative of the work that we're doing is servicing patient needs, and we try to, get them in and out and get them seen. Lastly, going forward, just some things that we have been working on here over this last year, and also some things that we'll continue to work with county management and HR on. So for occupational medicine, wanted to kind of tag this at the top since we had last met. We had have gone through now, I think, 3 different fire recruit classes. So the new hire fire candidates coming through, we have rolled those through the clinic, and we are actively working with the HR team on continuing to roll in as many of those pre-employment, either physicals or drug screening needs through the clinic. So it's a great opportunity for us to literally have some of your new employees' first experience with Henry County be in the wellness center, right? So there is some intentionality in that. Additionally, there you'll see some additional programs that we have. Our Total RX, which is a retail and home delivery pharmacy program. So again, just kind of expanding the availability of important medications that people may need and their access to those. I did want to highlight just some text message functionality, so some technology enhancements that we made here this last year. So again, I mentioned patient satisfaction surveys going out via text message in April, and then we also added a cancellation feature. So where this is important is oftentimes if people can't make their appointments, especially in a municipality setting, we know people may get busy, may get called to other jobs and needs, and so being able to call and cancel their appointment so that we know that we can open that space up for another individual can be a challenge. So we have a 7-day and then a 3-day and a next day reminder set up for anyone who is text and web enabled, so they can respond to that text message and cancel that appointment. So it allows us to have a little bit better management and efficiency of our schedule. Rubicon MD is just a program that we partnered with to expand the referral services and some consultations that our providers have access to. And then our care gap closures, this is a nationwide kind of push to help close care gaps, and specifically what we look at, we call clinical qualitative measures. So these are things related to chronic health needs that our team members are required as part of their visits with patients to go through and make sure that we're addressing any and all of those needs, not just what they want to come and see us for, right? So, any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Is there any questions or comments from the board?
All right.
Great job. Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Next item on the agenda is Henry County Disparity Study. Susan?
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board of Commissioners. RFQ 2192 was awarded by the Board of Commissioners in November 2021 to Griffin and Strong, PC, to conduct a comprehensive disparity study. This morning, we have with us Ms. Michelle Clark-Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins is the Senior Project Manager, and Mr. David Maher, Legal and Policy Analyst at Griffin and Strong, PC. They are here to present the 2023 Disparity Study and findings and recommendations. They will also be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board and Henry County community. I'm Kiani Igwe. I'm a project manager on the firm, and I'll be presenting the predominance of this presentation, and Michelle and David are available for questions. As Susan mentioned, thank you. I'm going to focus on the highlights here, given the time constraint. You do have the entire deck with you, and then the findings and recommendations chapter, as well as the full report.
Okay.
The study parameters, which means what we studied was the study period, so county spend from July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2021. That's the county spend that we look at. We determine how much of that spend to look at based on where you're spending the predominance of your money. So 75% of county spend, that's based on antitrust law. So in each industry category, which is construction, construction-related services, non-construction-related services, and commodities, where did you spend at least 75% of your money geographically? That's where we determine your relevant geographic market, and the rest of the study analyzes only the spend in the relevant geographic market. So that's the Atlanta MSA. So that's where the county spent 83% of your dollars over that study period. That's broken down in the relevant market by industry category, 93 of construction in that MSA, 86 of construction-related services in the MSA, 80 of non-construction-related services in the MSA, and 73% of commodities in that MSA. Oops. And there's just a map of that relevant market at several counties I'm sure you're familiar with, but just for your reference. We did find that you have a factual basis to introduce some more robust race and gender conscious or neutral remedies, as well as race and gender conscious remedies. The regression analysis we completed also determined that those disparities remained after controlling for capacity and other race and gender neutral factors. The factual predicate is predominant on the quantitative analysis, which I'll focus on this morning, but you also have anecdotal findings, policy findings, and the legal basis. So availability, first is we determine who's ready, willing, and able to do business with the county. So this is based on who does business in an industry category. So in those construction, non-construction related, commodities in construction-related services. It's a firm doing business in an industry group where you already make purchases. Have they demonstrated interest to do business with government? Do they even want to do business in the public sector? And are they in that relevant market in that Atlanta MSA? So you'll see it here in this table broken out by race, ethnicity, and gender category in each industry category. So you'll see for construction, 28% of your available vendors are African American. And construction-related services, 0.10% of your available vendors are Native Americans. That's how to read that chart. I'll focus on minority and NWBE across each industry category. So in construction, 34% of your available vendors are minority, 41.89 is MWBEs. In construction-related services, 38% is minority, 47% is total MWBEs. And non-construction-related services, 14 is minority, 17.61 is total MWBEs. And then in commodities, 9%, and then MWBE is 12%. And you'll see that totals up to 100 across each of those industry categories. We then look at utilization. So where did you actually spend your dollars? Who did you actually spend your dollars with in that study period in the relevant market? I know it's lots and lots of numbers. It's a big table. But what we're looking at here essentially is that in the study period, 33% was paid to MWBEs as prime contractors. We break this out versus prime and subcontractor. The county doesn't track sub dollars. So we look first at the prime dollars, and then we did a prime vendor questionnaire to assess sub dollars, we'll talk about in just a moment. So across all prime payments, MWBEs earned 18.58% of county spend. Subutilization is also broken out by industry category. We're looking mostly at construction and construction-related services and non-construction-related services because there isn't a lot of sub in commodities or in goods. And so here you're looking at NWBEs earned 33.57% of subcontract utilization paid dollars, so from the county broken down to subs. This is based on a survey of prime vendors since we don't track sub dollars. Then we look at disparity. So disparity is just comparing that available, who's ready, willing, and able to do work with the county versus who was paid, who actually did work with the county. And is there statistically significant disparity between availability and utilization, who's ready and willing, and who was actually paid? And so here you've got sort of a checkerboard of where there is a prime disparity, so in those prime dollars. For construction, African American, Hispanic American, and Native American, there's a disparity. For construction-related services across each and every race, ethnicity, and gender category. For non-construction, again, African American, Hispanic, and Native American. And then in commodities, African American, Asian American, Native American, and non-minority women. When we look at subs, it's again similar. We are just focusing on construction-related services, and non-construction-related services because there aren't usually sub dollars in goods. But African American across all three of those, Asian American and non-construction-related services, Hispanic American construction-related services, Native American across all three industry categories, and non-minority women in construction and non-construction-related services, there is a statistically significant disparity. So what does that mean? What do we do with that? Here are our recommendations based on what we found. The first thing is to consider staffing and resources, right? If there's a disparity, there's a change that needs to happen. You might need to determine, do we have the resources to address that need? The next is aspirational contract by contract goals with an enhanced inclusion plan. You already have an inclusion plan. We're suggesting some enhancements, some additional ways to track how folks are reaching out to subcontractors and how they're asking them if they're available and willing, and are they actually reaching out to folks to see, can you do this work? Are you able to do this work? And then setting goals contract by contract, breaking it out by race, ethnicity, and gender based on the scope of work and who's available in your relevant market to do that scope of work. We're additionally recommending a commercial non-discrimination policy, so giving you guys some teeth to actually investigate whether or not the lowest bidder did reach out to available NWBEs to do the work. Increasing outreach, we found in our qualitative evidence, which we didn't get a chance to talk about this morning, but you do have available to you, so in the anecdotal public meetings, focus groups, one-on-one interviews, email commentary, that folks would like to know more about how to do business with the county, so increasing different ways to reach out to vendors, whether that's partnering with universities, providing some meetings where folks can come together and speak, teaching folks about how to do it, reaching out to the vendor community so they know how to do business with Henry County. Data reform, and so like I mentioned, the county does not currently track sub dollars. That's our first and main data recommendations, to start tracking sub dollars to see who's actually being used. Because a lot of times that MWBE utilization is in sub dollars, and you'll have a better idea of who's being used if you're actually tracking sub dollars. We also suggest getting a database of bid tabs. So instead of having to collect them individually, create a big database of those bid tabulations so you can see who's asking to do Henry County work, who are we getting most often, who's doing the work. And then bidder registration. So So you can track who in your available market is actually consistently interested in doing business with Henry County. Have bidders register to do business with Henry County before they bid. We need their information, so you can do that outreach. You can increase outreach. You can ask them. And then small business reserve, setting a threshold that's just for local businesses and local small businesses for Henry County business. I know I went pretty quickly through that, but if there are any questions, myself, Michelle, and David are available.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the presentation. And on the recommendations, is this something that you all would be able to help facilitate and get with staff to set up some, I mean, we've had you do the study, you've made some recommendations, so we need to act.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And so, is that something that you all do?
Yes, ma'am. Consistently, our firm often helps in implementation and sort of the rollout afterwards. So yes, ma'am, we can talk about that.
Okay, this is a long time coming. I know that several of the commissioners, especially Commissioner Thomas, has been an advocate about this here, and so, and she does her own how to do business with the county events as well, and appreciate her being able to make everyone aware of the opportunity to do business with the county. So thank you so much for the presentation. This is very valuable information, and now our next step is to implement those recommendations that you all have put forth. Are there any questions or comments from anyone else on the board? D? Yeah, we did get it. It's in your...
I'm electronic, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Just one question. Does this study that y'all did help us better understand the business practices of who we are currently working with? Meaning, are they helping to also address maybe disparity within their own workforce? Because I think that's important as well. Thank you.
So our methodology doesn't include asking prime vendors just like how they're doing business. We'll ask them about their experiences doing business directly with Henry County. So I don't know, Michelle, if you want to speak more to that, but we don't typically ask them specifically about their workforce.
Yeah, so our scope of work did not include workforce. We do see how they're doing business in the sense of our focus was how they are connecting with other businesses to provide subcontracting opportunities. So no, not workforce related.
I guess a follow-up question. Is there a way for us to figure that out? Because I think that's an important key element to this and who we are working with and how they handle that as well.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's a whole nother study, a workforce study, looking inside of who your primes are. You know, the disparity study really has two parts. It really looks first at who you're hiring as primes directly, but then it looks at the behavior of your prime contractors and how they're subcontracting. So it doesn't at all look inside to see, we do ask some questions about them, you know, kind of what their revenues are, how many employees they have, but it's not related to their workforce. So that's just a different scope of work.
Thank you.
Our firm does that as well.
Okay.
And I guess I have a question with regards to, and I guess this may be in the recommendations that you all are doing. We have you identified that construction is like our biggest thing, dollars that we spend. And I know that we have a lot of projects that are coming over the next year or two with county facilities and that type of thing. I guess what I'm trying to determine is that even if you have a prime that may not be a minority company, what options does that company offer to minority participation in a project? So say, for example, we're building a new courthouse. Who's doing your painting? Who's doing your flooring? Who's doing your electrician? Who are doing those other art jobs which are important?
Mm-hmm.
How are those being subbed out, and where does the minority participation take place in that?
So those will be in your aspirational contract by contract goals. And sort of your inclusion plan will support that to assess whether or not they're actually reaching out to the appropriate available vendors. If you know there's 15, making up numbers, but if there's 15% of your painting vendors are African American, then who they've reached out to should reflect that. And then who they submit to be able to do that subcontracting should reflect either that or their attempts to reach that. So that's where your aspirational contract by contract goals and your enhanced inclusion plan will work together so that utilization of MWBEs doesn't just end at primes, that it extends to those subcontracting, like those other scopes of work that you mentioned.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, please.
That you're actually setting contract by contract goals. So you're looking at the scope of work that's to be performed on that contract and looking at who are the actual subcontracting, what are the opportunities, what are the percentage? So if it's broken down, for example, we know that 80 to 90% of all haulers are minority and women-owned firms. So that may be a large portion of, you may set a goal on that to say that project needs to have a certain percentage of MWB participation. And so that's just managed, and we did recommend that because of staffing where you are right now in staffing, that you really focus on those large construction projects to do that. For example, we were the project manager on the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And so what we did was break down each of those packages, figure out who was out there who could do the work, set goals on those packages, and then had the primes and the subprimes accountable for meeting those goals.
Okay, thank you.
Just one thing that stood out to me, looking at the anecdotal overview, is the statement that a majority of firms believe there is an informal network affecting public contracting opportunities with the county. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So our anecdotal evidence comes from a couple different places. It's going to come from an online survey of business owners, which was sent out to a large outreach list of your vendors, combined lists from Henry County and surrounding jurisdictions. Then we did 30 one-on-one anecdotal interviews broken out by study groups, so non-minority women, African American, Hispanic American, et cetera. We did small focus groups with those REG groups, race, ethnicity, and gender groups, and then we also collected email commentary. Across all of those, folks are given a different way to communicate whether they think there's an informal network. That's how we ask that. Do you think there's an informal network? There's some people know more than you do, people who are in the know. Do you think that's happening in Henry County? We don't ask that question outright in interviews because it can be leading, but it is a question in the online survey. Do you believe there's an informal network? Do you believe there's barriers to doing business with Henry County? If you do, here's like a list of 20 options that you can say these are the barriers to doing business with Henry County. So that's where that comes from. Your full study report will actually have an appendix that indicates the survey responses to that specific question. You also have an anecdotal chapter that speaks to where that predominantly came from. So that's folks saying, I do think there are people who are in the know, who know more than I do. They may have said it a different way, whether it was an interview or a focus group, but that's where that conclusion or finding is coming from.
So basically what that's saying is when you see project after project and you see the same contractors, project after project.
That may be a conclusion that they're making, right?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, all of our bids are put on our county website. It is public knowledge, so,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, everyone has the opportunity to register as a vendor with the county, and everyone has the opportunity to put in a bid if they can meet the requirements of what that bid packet is requesting. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the financial update from David Smith, if he would come forward.
Chair, there's also an ARPA presentation by Prism.
Oh, wait a minute, hold
I just
up.
did
Wait a
one
minute,
trans-
David. You wait. Wait, we're gonna do the American Rescue Plan ARPA presentation, Prism Management first. Then we'll have David.
If you want to jump to David's financial update, I'll go get the ARPA presentation on a flash drive.
Okay, well. David, you're up.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Henry County community. I'll try to go through this one sort of slow since we have to wait to get the presentation.
You're on the clock, David.
Oh,
So it don't even matter.
10-minute clock, okay.
You're on the clock.
I got it. So this will be a brief financial update. This is a summary. I'll just be very quick about it. Total year-to-date revenues as of September 2023 are $23.1 million. That's about 10% of our budgeted revenue for the year. Our total year-to-date expenditures are $50.9 million, which is approximately 21.9% of our budgeted expenditures. We typically expect to be about 25% of our expenditures, and so being at 22% here is very good for us as we're trailing behind our expenditures. We utilize our fund balance to pay for this $27 million difference until such time as property tax collections begin in earnest in the November-December timeframe. So the next few slides are going to be a financial representation of our year-to-date revenues and expenditures and performance year over year. For those that like numbers, that's what our year-to-date, this is a year-to-year, year-over-year representation for revenues and expenditures. I mentioned again, we use fund balance due to decreased revenue collection through the end of September. So these next few slides that I want to go through are our SPLOST collections and expenditures. I understand at a prior meeting there was several questions about our SPLOST collections and expenditures, so I'll do my best to go through this. SPLOST 5 collections are ahead of our projections. Although collections are ahead of projections, any excess is allocated to the priorities of the Aquatic Center, resurfacing, and high-priority projects. We develop a SPLOST budget at the beginning of the SPLOST year, and we allocate that budget to every project that has been voted on. And so there are no unallocated collections, there are no unallocated expenditures. But as you can see from this slide here, as of October 1st, our Henry County SPLOST 5 program had collected about $183.2 million. And so on an individual basis, if we were comparing ourselves to the budget, we had about $6 million that was available in over collections, projected, over projected collections. Here are our expenditures year to date. I wanted to present this slide because of the SPLOST 5 discussions about revenue. So let's look at this growth. Even though we might have experienced significant growth 2021 through 2022, this growth rate has significantly slowed and continues to decline, which indicates that our SPLOST collections eventually over the next 2023 through 2024 is going to be below our projected number. We're not there yet. We're averaging about 11 to 13% of growth from the time we began collections, but it's now at a declining rate. This reference that I'm making on this slide here indicates that we're averaging a significant 11.5% growth over the last 3 years. But after debt service and our level 2 projects, we continue to estimate that county collections, even though they may be higher than projected, they're declining. So the concern is continued rise in prices due to supply chain disruption, which we are experiencing. This next slide is going to indicate the difference between collections and expenditures. As you can see from this slide, even though we have significant collections, the distance between the expenditure growth and our revenue growth is getting closer and closer. I'll be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, I do have questions. So when we look at, you're saying we've spent roughly about 21.9% of what we were budgeted for so far. Do you foresee for the fiscal year that trend continuing where we stayed around the 22% range?
So we typically, Commissioner, spend all of our money that we get in. So I think we'll be more on budget as we get further and further into the year. Most of our contracts start coming in the springtime, spring and summertime when we're about to close out the year. So our expenditures will catch up.
All right, so how did we finish last year?
We finished.
Budget versus actual.
I don't have that exact number in front of me, but I can assure you that we finished, our expenditures were greater than our budget. And so at the end of the year, that's why we try to amend our budget at the mid-year range, so that based upon our revenue collections, we try to amend our budget so that we can finish on budget.
Gotcha.
But I can assure you we did finish greater than our budget that began the year.
Awesome. That actually leads right into my second question. So you mentioned the mid-year. So at mid-year, are we going to go ahead and address, I know we had departments within the county that were asking for personnel allocations, new allocations, and I understand from what we're doing now that we have had some bleed within departments, so we may not be utilizing all the funds that we budgeted. So during our discussions that we're going to have, I guess starting January, are we going to just address the personnel requests from the other departments within the county? And I guess this can go to you and to the county manager.
So I certainly want to jump in, because if there are personnel requests, then we're going to pull those from the vacancies that we currently have.
Okay.
What I don't want to do is add new personnel when we have a pot of vacancies that's been sitting vacant for some time. One of the things, that's a great question, because it's going to be a part of our conversation with the board moving forward. How do we want to handle vacancies? We're not talking about $1 million. In some cases, we're up to about $10.5 million in
Yes, ma'am.
vacancies. And so we carry that year over year over year. And so I will need the board's support in making either a policy or something going forward to say, if you have not filled those vacancies by a set time, those vacancies go away. And then when you are developing your budget for the next fiscal year, you can ask for those positions to come back. So we are going to look at any of those departments that were asked to place those positions on hold, but ideally it needs to come from the vacancies that we currently have.
That's great, and that's exactly what I was getting to. So when we get to mid-year, we have vacancies that haven't been filled, and we have some departments that actually may need additional personnel, or when we have like the library who's asking for additional monies, and that, you know, on paper it looks like we don't have the money, but then we're sitting, you know, we're underfunded, so to speak, in other places that have vacancies. You know, are we going to address that at that time? And to your point, can we make a policy going forward that to make sure that, you know, we're addressing it? You know, this is a fluid thing. So, you know, I don't want us to go to next May, going into next July, and we haven't addressed things, and then we get to a new budget year or new budget cycle, and we just go through the same process again, and we just keep on putting people on the back burner for things that they really may need. Absolutely. If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, and Commissioner.
Let me say something to make a comment to something that the county manager stated. The board gave you the autonomy to reclassify positions and do what you need to do anyway. So we've already given you the autonomy to do that. What I want to caution, though, is I want to be very careful about the positions that we have open and available for public safety, because it is difficult to hire public safety really across the nation. Everybody is competing for sheriff's deputies and police officers and firefighters. We're in competition just in our region. And so I want to be careful about when we talk about reallocating positions or eliminating positions, that we are mindful that the positions that we have in place for public safety is needed. It's just a matter of we're pulling from the same pot that every police department, sheriff's office, and everyone is trying to pull from. So I just want to make sure, because it takes a certain number of positions to run firehouses, to run police stations, and to run the jail and courthouses. So I want to be very mindful on those positions. And the other positions, you know, that's different, but I just want to be very careful when we talk about eliminating positions in public safety.
So I also want to utilize the word caution. Commissioners, Madam Chair, and this is also for the department heads that are listening. The purpose of the mid-year budget is not to just add to your budget.
Correct.
That's not the purpose for the mid-year budget. We develop the mid-year budget based upon the revenues that we take in. If we collect more than what we anticipated, then we make certain that we work with the board, the county management team, to develop what priorities there are that are going to exist at the time that we're doing mid-year, to make certain that the county addresses all of the service needs that are throughout the county. So the purpose of the mid-year budget is not for people, department heads, to be coming forth to us saying, I want this, I want that, I had $100, now I want 120. That's not how it works. We do it based upon what our revenue collections are. We determine how we can appropriate that based upon the revenue collections, and it also goes against what the priorities are that exist and the urgencies that may exist at that time.
Commissioner Thomas. Oh, Johnny, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Can you speak on salary savings of departments on these? What are they allowed to do with the salary savings in each department on the vacancy part?
So departments that have salary savings, if they have an emergency expense, they are able to utilize those salary savings for that expense. But we caution against that because that position still exists. So for example, we may have a department that has a critical need, and that need may entail them having to give up a position to fund that need. Once they give that position up, it goes away. We really try to move away from those savings on personnel because those positions exist. And if you say you have a need and you give up the funding for that particular position, then that means it goes away. So what we've been struggling with, not really struggling with, but what we've been challenged with is those departments that have emergency expenses that were not planned for. One of the things that David is speaking to when we talk about mid-year is, I think this entire board knows what our priorities are. We have several facilities that are under construction with our SPLOST funds that may come in above what we've already designated for funding. Those are going to be your priorities. We have resurfacing needs that have been identified beyond LMEG funding, beyond transportation impact fees. So what we will do probably in January is to provide you all with a list of what we believe to be priorities. But David is absolutely correct. This is not a time for us to come in and say, hey, look, you've been trending at a very low level, but we want to give you more money, because that is where we get into situations where we're overspending what we don't have. One of the reasons we ended the last fiscal year above our expenses is because this board was so gracious in our class and compensation study. Those are expenses that we're now bringing on. We've done really well in recruitment, but Chair Harrell, to your point, a number of my vacancies are in public safety. So I want to hear from you all in terms of where your priorities are. Commissioner Wilson, there aren't really savings. We have so many needs. And so I caution, again, against us using salary savings to make up the difference, because what will happen as soon as we use those funds, the department will come to HR and finance and say, I now have a need. And so then you've given up the funding for that position. And one of the things we want to make sure is that we have all of our positions filled. We recognize that public safety is critical, but also have to fill potholes. We have stormwater needs. We have animal care and control needs. And so we're really trying to move positions around to make sure that we are able to provide the level of service that you all have demanded of me as the county manager and of our team.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Well, we're using the word caution quite a bit this morning. And David, and I've heard you loud and clear when you said there is no such excess money in SPLOST. I heard it. But I will be making a visit to your office probably, as if I didn't hear it. But the other thing that we have to be aware of when we talk about caution, mid-year budgets, changes, we have empowered you guys to make some changes. We need to see you do it. You even created a form where departments can combine different positions to get what they need to have to operate that department. We'd like to see you do it in a very smart way and an efficient way, so we won't have to do this again. And in the era of, on the line of caution, I should say, we do not want to see promotions done, movements done that this board is not aware of, that have huge salaries going from point in to another point that we have to talk to our constituents about when they see it before we do. On the line of caution, that is something we have to consider as well. On the line of caution, we need to find out with the class and comp study, when people are challenging where they have been placed in that study, where are you in that? Is there a process in place? Is there a form in place? Are there challenges being reviewed? Is there a review panel that does that? I want to know, because we have some people who are not happy with what the class and comp study has done. We have some leaders who are not happy with what the class and comp study have placed them, and they have made that known to different members of the board, especially me. I've gotten them, and I want to know what that process is, and those dollars need to be placed somewhere so we can make sure we are addressing those issues equally, not with some people, but equally. So we have work to do, but we need answer to these things and not just say, this is what we are doing. We need answers to them, okay?
So County Manager, can you get with Commissioner Thomas and get her questions answered?
Yes, and that's pertaining to class and comp, because this is
yes.
definitely news to me.
Right.
So I'll definitely follow up with Commissioner Thomas.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner England.
I just got one comment, and David, thank you for the numbers. You kind of glossed over something that I think just needs to be reiterated, and it's being the numbers guy, it's the one that gives me probably the most heartache or concern, and you gloss over the fact when it comes to SPLOST dollars, folks tend to think about inflation and that being the pressure that we are currently experiencing. I would say it is not inflation. It's exactly what David had said. Inflation's around 8 to 9%. And that's something that we can take into account with dollars collected, by the way. What I'm more concerned about is what he glossed over, which is the supply and material cost. And those are the things that we're going to actually have a lot of pressures coming from, because we are committed as a county and as a board to these construction projects. And with that being said, that is something that I feel like we have less control over. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think that's a very important part of the budget and what you had brought up, and just kind of went over that. But I think that was really important, and so thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, David, for the presentation. Do we have the PRISM presentation ready now?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Monique Franklin, the Grants Administrator here at Henry County. Today, we would like to present to you a year in review of Henry County's American Rescue Plan Act funding. Here to present today is our consultant who assists Henry County in management and compliance of these dollars, Donna Stevenson, the CEO of Prism Compliance Management, and her team.
Thank you, Monique. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chairwoman and Vice Chairs, and the Henry County leaders and staff, thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Madam Chair, it seems that we had the same outfit and color in mind this morning. We almost look like twins. I want to just briefly introduce my team that's here with me. Mr. Cecil Robinson the third. He's an intern at Morehouse, but supports our team. And oh, okay. And Mr. Byron Marshall from I4X, who also supports our team. And not here with us is Robin Booth from Booth Management Consulting. So the three companies make up the team of what I'll refer to as the Prism team. And just like I said, I want to begin by saying thank you for the opportunity to be the company chosen to administer the ARPA funds. So first of all, what I wanted to begin by sharing, okay, there we go. First of all, I want to share what are ARPA funds. So these are the American Rescue Act funds that were issued by under the Biden administration for cities, counties, and states and other public sector organizations to begin to remediate the impact of the COVID pandemic. And so Henry County was awarded $45.5 million in ARPA funds. And these funds have been administered by the county to address the economic fallout and then to assist with the recovery. The dollars have been allocated to the county's departments as well as a few external organizations for various projects. So we'll talk a little bit about those. But before we could actually allocate those funds, what was critical is that these funds come with strings attached, about a 400-page document of strings. And so the county was prudent enough to provide us to assist with administering and making sure that you all can comply with the state and local government fiscal regulations for that funding. So part of what we had to do was to create a process for collecting information about the projects that you all want to proceed with. And so we did that by establishing a portal. And in that portal, each of the departments would describe their projects, provide supporting documentation to include their budgets. And then once receiving those, we actually assessed any risk associated with them and made sure that they were eligible for the funding, and the expenditure categories were determined. Once we made that determination, then the next step was to actually establish agreements. And even though many of the funds were being initially used for departments internally, we still had to have a memorandum of understanding with the departments because there's programmatic data and a review of the expenditure types that we have to make sure that the departments are aware that they're responsible for. And so those MOUs have been established and subrecipient agreements have been in place with funds that are going to external organizations. So now on a quarterly basis, we report to the U.S. Treasury for the dollars that have been allocated and the dollars that have been expended. And the U.S. Treasury will provide possibly reviews and oversight of those funds. The county must obligate all of its funds by December of 2024, and those dollars must be expended by December of 2026. So the update is here. Here today, we have 25 projects that have been through the review process and have been determined to be eligible. The MOUs and subrecipients agreements, 23 have been placed. We have a few new projects that will be, agreements will be established for. We're tracking them, all of the projects, the allocated funds, and the percent of expenditures in our system airs. And then the hours of training have been provided, show 8. Each of the departments has been through training so that they too are aware of these requirements that the county must fulfill and their responsibilities in using those funds responsibly. So this slide really is just showing you the types of expenditures that the federal government is allowing for the various funds. And the intent is really for these funds to address needs of the county, areas that it needed to recover from. Revenue replacement was one of those key areas. But also, it was definitely recognized that the pandemic hit communities, some communities harder than others. And so there are also, there's an emphasis to make sure that those communities that were impacted and disproportionately impacted are also recognized and addressed. And you've done some of that, and we'll talk about some of those projects momentarily. And I was also really glad to hear of the GMIN work, because that work definitely is addressing some of the communities that were negatively impacted. So this slide is going to show you just a breakdown of the allocation of your funds across those various eligible categories. To date, we've allocated, or what has been allocated is about 36,000 of the funds.
36,000.
I'm sorry, 36 million.
Okay.
Thank you. 36 million. And that's spread across the various organizations and departments that you see in these next two slides. So these are the 25 projects or so that have gone through your resolution process and have been approved and are now being monitored. So to date, as far as expenditures are concerned, and this is through June 30th, 2023, this report out is approximately 11 million of your $45 million have been expended. And so that's approximately 25% of the funds. So as I mentioned, the key element was for the county to also demonstrate how has it impacted the community. And so we're very pleased to share that there have been, with the projects selected, a number of impacts. With the fire department replacing command vehicles, with the hospital actually using some of the funds for increase of constructing a building that's going to help address some of the services that are needed. This will actually help the community as a whole. Housing was another area that was identified. And so some of the funds for the Kellytown project will bring new housing for the seniors in your community, and that will have a lasting impact. And then finally, just to highlight the water and sewer project, that is the funding that is supporting a overall much larger project will have an impact on the entire community as well. As you all know, many cities have had infrastructure problems, but you all are proactively supporting the infrastructure and sustainability of that with the funds that have been awarded to the Water Authority. So this slide is really my closing slide, and it's showing the breakdown of those allocations with the intent of showing you how you're impacting the community and where those dollars have been placed. So going forward, we're not at the end of this. As I mentioned, these funds have to be monitored through December 2026. But there's an opportunity for the funds that remain for us to elevate the visibility of those funds, to bring more of it directly to the community, possibly addressing homelessness, addressing the veterans in your community. So we're going to be working with the Grants Management Office to present some demonstration projects that may be able to help you all applicably address the impacted and disproportionately impacted communities. We're going to be providing services of oversight now for the costs reimbursement to make sure that the expenditures meet the guidelines for U.S. Treasury. We'll assist with quarterly audits, and then we will assist the grant staff in performing their quarterly and annual reports. And then lastly, we will periodically bring a board update so that you're always informed as to where the ARPA funding is and where your expenditures have been placed. And at this time, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to get some clarity. How much of the funds have been allocated?
Approximately 36 million.
36 million. And the total was?
45.5 million.
So we have roughly about 10 million that has not been allocated?
Yes, 9 million.
Sherry, is that correct?
That is about correct, yes, ma'am. So we have it allocated into different pockets, but those the 9 million that's left over, I believe, is under the revenue replacement.
I just wanted to clarify that point. Everything has been allocated to an eligible category that's mentioned in ARPA. The remaining funds that have not been obligated or expended exists in the revenue replacement. So it's in a bucket for revenue replacement. And she indicated, Ms. Stevenson indicated, if she can go back to that slide.
Sure.
That talks to the various buckets. And
Go back the other way.
So what I'm going to, Commissioners, are the buckets that we've placed money into. And so you'll see the eligible category for revenue replacement and what the planned Henry County usage of it is.
One more time. There we go.
And this slide is the current utilization.
Okay, so these are the areas that we can, or that we've already. Okay, so go to the slide that has.
So what Ms. Stevenson was addressing is the amounts that have been, we've allocated all of the amounts to those various categories.
Okay, all right, and that's what I want to make clear, because I don't want to get a
Yes,
flood
ma'am.
of people thinking that we got $10 million sitting somewhere that we don't have.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I have to give it to Commissioner Thomas. If we got $10 million sitting somewhere, then go ahead, Commissioner
Under
Thomas.
your list of projects, is this list total, this is the total list, or this is just part of the list?
This is the list through, I believe, June 30th of the funds that have been through the board, through a board resolution, and are actually awarded and under agreements.
So these are awarded and under some type of agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason why I ask, because under your pie chart, where you have the
Can you
percentages.
go back to the pie chart that you had up
The
there?
last slide?
I think it was the last slide,
Sure.
yes. Yeah,
Yes,
that one right there.
Where you have the percentages of how the funds are allocated, not expended, but allocated, correct?
Correct.
So we don't have a list of we don't have a breakdown of each section of the pie chart yet. We just have the pie chart, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But we do have the opportunity, David, don't get up. We do have the opportunity with the $9 million to move some of those millions to different categories if this board so desire to do that. I know you can't answer that.
So Commissioner
think
Thomas,
so.
I want to go back to the question you asked Ms. Stevens. You asked her if the pie chart, if it was broken down. It is. It's that next slide that has all of those. It says list of Henry County ARPA projects.
The next, do you have a
The next
slide?
couple of slides, it shows like Parks and
Pie
Rec.
chart.
Right, what, keep going. Keep going. There. So that is how we develop the pie chart. Those are
Well,
the
she
projects.
said this is just what has been approved and in the process. And I'm asking her from the pie chart, that's saying that's how the money will be allocated, correct?
No, ma'am.
It's how it has been.
been,
It's
correct.
reflective of all of these
Okay,
projects.
so this pie chart does not include the
$10 million.
uneligible $9 million that David is telling us not to look at.
Correct.
That does not include.
Okay,
the
so I
$9
got
million.
you.
David, come up. Please
So the
come up.
$9 million, there is opportunity for, he even came with that
No,
help.
no.
There is,
I am not
is
saying
there,
not
is
to
there
look at, I'm not saying
opportunity
not to look at
for
it,
this
Commissioner.
board to move certain millions to different categories? That's my question.
No,
The
no,
board,
that's,
not what I'm saying. The board can choose to do whatever the board chooses to do. That's not what I'm saying. What we're indicating here is that we've allocated dollars to each of these particular categories. Eligible, the $9 million that's remaining in the revenue replacement category has identified what those uses are for. We just have not yet expended those funds or obligated those particular funds to any of those particular projects like we've done for some of this. As you look at even with this, a couple of the slides back, you see where we've obligated 36 million, but we've only spent about 11 million because the way we're doing this is on a reimbursement basis. Atlanta Motor Speedway, we allocated funds to them, but we haven't expended all of those funds to them. Piedmont Henry Hospital, we've allocated funds to them, but we haven't expended all of those funds to them. And so I'm saying we've allocated amounts to categories for expenditures. Have we expended it? Not yet. Has it all been obligated? Not yet. And so I just want to make certain that I'm clear in expressing that, yes, the board can choose to do whatever the board chooses to do with the amounts, but we have, the county management team has plans to allocate that funding out.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. I know you have to have a plan.
Correct.
And I know you have it here. I just wanted to express the fact, those funds that are maybe $9-10 million, you have a plan for them, but the board can make suggestions and recommendations to alter some of these plans, is what I'm putting out there
That is
for this
correct.
board.
Okay, and so,
Okay.
David, I think what would be helpful for the board, we thank you for the presentation of what has been allocated, but what has not been allocated. We'd like to see that in the pie chart as well as to where you all have, where it's going. Because on this pie chart, this is just what's been kind of allocated in a sense.
It's
So
actually what's been agreed and.
voted,
the
we've
agreement.
already,
Agreements.
this is
Yes.
spent, even though it may still be sitting in the bank.
Exactly.
Correct.
It's already been spent, because we voted and said to move forward with these projects.
Correct.
What we're saying is the 9 or 10 million that you're talking about that are in the different categories, can we see what is in each of those different categories. So if you still have something for public health, if it's $1 million for public health, let us see that. Because we may decide as a board that we want to move it from that to, what's the other thing on the pie chart? You know, housing. So I'm just saying, let us see the other part of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So David, just to muddy it a little bit more, I think for the good of those that are viewing, can you please explain to the board what was the max dollar amount we received for revenue replacement and how those funds can be expended? Because I think that will help guide this conversation, because there is a dollar amount that we were capped at for revenue replacement. So I think
Correct.
that's important for the board
Okay.
to hear.
So the slide you want to go back to is the breakdown. So the max dollar amount we received for revenue replacement, or that we can allocate to revenue replacement, was $10 million. It's sort of like the standard allowance that you receive when you're filling out your tax form. And so that standard allowance for us is $10 million. We haven't done anything with that standard allowance, but it fits within the category. Go back to the other one where it has the definition. Written one. So there where we see revenue replacement, projects that promote public safety, the government facilities, upgrades and assist with recruiting and retaining qualified. It can also be used for health and human services. It could be used for community development. It could be used for things that are really general fund purpose type uses. That's the standard allowance of $10 million. So we have not yet expended or developed agreements in any of those particular areas because we've been focused more on the other areas trying to get those dollars out.
Okay, then, so can we do
And that's important because one of the things that Ms. Stevens indicated in her presentation was the last point, that there has been a lot of conversation about homelessness, veterans. I've even had a commissioner reach out about warming stations. Those are things that we've got to put money into. And so that's one of the reasons I don't want this board to think that we just have $9 million just sitting there that we can just go out and spend, although you can. We have some priorities that we need to address. And so that's why it's important for us to have this conversation so that we better understand where you all want to be when it comes to just that category. One of the things I heard from our grants coordinator is that we need to put more back into the community. And so we've got to really make sure that when we're looking at these funds, we're putting it back into the community. You all heard maybe an hour or 2 hours ago from ERAP for rental evictions. So those are things that we can pour money into if that is the desire of the board.
Okay, okay, so that makes sense, and we definitely have a need for a lot of community outreach, and so you're saying that the 10 million that we can set aside, because we still have to follow the guidelines of what this 400-page document that you're talking about.
Still have to follow those guidelines.
So we still have to follow those guidelines. And I know before, I don't think it wasn't with the ARPA funds, but I know when we had COVID funds, that we had a lot of nonprofits that were doing the work in the community that we gave those COVID funds to help assist us with rental assistance and a lot of needs that were in the community at the time. So you're saying that these public funds, public health funds,
Revenue replacement funds.
Revenue replacement funds could be utilized to help with, because last year, how much did we spend out of the, and you may not know the number off the top of your head, but we spent money out of the county budget to put people up in hotels last December because of the weather, homeless people. So I think that there you know, it needs to be a discussion with the board as to how we can reinvest those funds back into the community. And so I'm sure different commissioners probably will be getting with you all to have that conversation, or maybe we need to have a workshop of some sort to talk about what type of community reinvestment we want to do.
And Madam Chair, that's one of the things that, the services that we offer and plan to facilitate. That's why Mr. Marshall, he's here, former city county manager, and has a wealth of experience in helping cities determine very viable and worthy projects that can make a difference for your citizens.
Okay.
So that is a part of our scope to help identify. The initial projects had already been identified, so our focus was making sure that the determination of eligibility for those projects, that they were clear, and that everything that the commission's vision was supported and approved. And so we've done that, and now we can actually take a step and do the research and make sure that if you're ever interviewed, and I'll just emphasize, you're going to be asked, how did you impact your impacted and disproportionately impacted communities? They will go so far to ask you what zip code and what census tract were those people in, and how much funding went to those. And that's what you'll see in our reports coming forward, is we'll be able to show you that you responsibly applied and utilized your funds to support the recovery.
And those funds must be utilized in Henry County.
Within Henry County, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Cheryl, I'd like to try to see if we can get a workshop set up, you know, maybe for a couple of hours for the commission, for us to get together and talk about how we can reinvest these funds back into the communities before the year is out,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Yes.
That workshop you're talking about is very important, but could you add to that workshop additionally the $800,000 that we've already
Yes, ma'am.
told them to use that's sitting, and people are suffering because the money's not out yet? $800,000 from the nonprofits that was approved on meetings ago that somehow or another did not get out. So we need to move money. When we approve it, this board approves the process, approves the money, it needs to go. Because there are people outside suffering because we're moving too slow.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to see if you can add that to the workshop.
We'll add that as well. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for reminding. Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. Okay, we had that. So the next item on the agenda is the Grove Tax Allocation District. Discussion only. Tucson?
Yes, ma'am. So I guess KB Advisory Group is going to come up and do a presentation for the TAB presentation. Okay. Here you go.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jeff Koski. I'm president and owner of KB Advisory Group. I'm here on behalf of GeoSam Capital Group. This is Brett Embry, who represents GeoSam. We're here today to talk about a proposed tax allocation district. GeoSam is been working on a development on the south shores of Lake Talmadge here in the southwest corner of Henry County. This is what the plan currently looks like. They plan to build quite a bit of residential homes and commercial real estate. You can see here the current plan calls for just over 2 million square feet of commercial and just over 7,000 homes on this property. So the planning for this is far down the road, but as it continues, there are public infrastructure needs that are here that otherwise won't allow this type of development to occur. So the idea behind a tax allocation district is really a economic development tool and a public-private partnership vehicle, if you will, to allow for public infrastructure to be built as part of a private development such as this. So tax allocation district is really what is being proposed to help provide the infrastructure for this level of development there at Lake Talmadge. And so the idea is that a tax allocation district is a tool, economic development tool that hasn't been used in Henry County, but it is yet to this date by Henry County, but it is I would call it a mainstream economic development tool that is used throughout the state of Georgia by cities and counties in all types of situations. Our firm, KB Advisory Group, we've been around for over 20 years. We've helped get over 50 tax allocation districts set up throughout the state over the last 20 years. And we see this tool working in small towns and big cities and all sorts of communities throughout the state. Just a real quick refresher, if you will, or maybe it's your first, if it's your first time through a TAD. This is kind of the classic TAD diagram, as I like to call it. You'll see this type of diagram used everywhere. It's not necessarily intuitive until you kind of catch on here. But basically what happens with a TAD, and if you think about it this way, and it's not shown on here, you're really setting up an invisible fence around the parcels that are going to be in a TAD, and that invisible fence is there to capture future property tax growth. So what happens is that the area in the TAD will grow in property taxes. There will be increases in property taxes. We call that the tax increment. And so when you set up a TAD, you're setting up an invisible fence around those properties, and you're capturing that growth, that property tax growth. And so that growth in property taxes can only be spent inside the fence. That's really technically what's going on here. And I'm only talking about the growth, and this gets back to this diagram, in that basically if you were to set up a TAD, or if any county was to set up a TAD in 2023, this current year, the base will have been set, as we like to say. And those property taxes that are being collected in 2023, the level of property taxes being collected in 2023, will continue to flow into the county coffers. And if the school board was to decide to join this TAD, it's the same thing for them. So that's what we mean by the base value. If this TAD was set up in this calendar year, this county would continue to collect the same amount of property taxes off of this land going forward. What's in play is the growth in property taxes, right? And that's the green triangle in the middle. That's the incremental property tax value that will grow over time. And in GeoSam's case, this is going to grow tremendously over time. And then at some point in the future, this TAD will end. You all will decide, or this body will decide to end the TAD. And what you've done is, I like to say, you've supercharged your property tax base, right? So without your help in the public sector getting public infrastructure put in, this project is likely not to happen, certainly not to happen at this level, right? And so that your base value would just kind of continue into the future. But by getting involved in a project like this, you can supercharge your property tax base in the future. Now, those incremental property taxes will flow back inside to the project, inside the fence, as the TAD is in place, but it's really a long game. It's an economic development long game in that, in the meantime, you're getting new homes and new commercial real estate, but in the long game, you're really helping to grow the property tax base at a level that it wouldn't have grown otherwise. So that's kind of a general idea of what the TAD is, how a TAD works in Georgia. By the way, you'll see throughout the nation that this tool that is used in all 50 states, most states call it TIF, tax increment financing. There's that incremental tax piece. In Georgia, when the law was written back in the 80s, they decided to call it TAD, tax allocation district. But I think, so that's one thing to think about. If you see TIF, this is really Georgia's version of TIF that's used all over the country. Number two, something that a TAD is not a tax increase, right? So the people who own property inside of TAD, most of the time don't even know it, often. Their properties may be in the TAD. It may or may not say it on the property tax bill that they are in a TAD, but there will be no property tax increases. The people inside a TAD pay the same millage rate as the county, as county residents outside the TAD. So that's very important to keep in mind, that the TAD is relatively invisible to the property owners inside the TAD. It's just a matter of what happens once the taxes are collected. In a TAD's case, those property taxes go into a special fund, and those special funds can only be used back inside the TAD, and you all will have a say in how those funds would be spent. So that's, again, a quick overview of TADs. Where we are in this process is we're discussing this with you today. There is the redevelopment plan has been written. So there is a state law, Title 36, Chapter 44, that tells, that is specific to tax allocation districts. Again, put on place back in the 80s, used hundreds of times throughout the state. And that requires that a redevelopment plan be written and approved by the local governing body. That plan has been created and shared with you all, and that is what eventually needs to be approved in order to set up the TAD. That is what we call the working document of the TAD. It's maybe 50 pages. It gets into all sorts of details about the TAD itself. That plan is what is up for discussion. We're introducing that discussion today. At some date in the near future, in order to get the TAD put in place, there needs to be a public hearing here in this room, I would assume, and the public would have a chance to weigh in on that. That is required by law. And then once that public hearing is closed, then you'll have the opportunity to vote if you choose to set up the TAD or not. And that gets you to county approvals. And that TAD then will be your TAD to operate, and you will get to decide what to do with the incremental taxes that are created within there. The school taxes, I will point out, are up to them in this process. The law was changed about 15 years ago that said, okay, if schools are going to participate in a TAD, it's up to the schools. It used to be that you all could put the schools' taxes into that if you so choose. Now they get to choose. So that's kind of the general idea of what's going on. The specifics, this comes right out of the plan itself. You can see the types of things. This is sort of the public infrastructure list that is planned for the monies that will be collected inside the TAD. You can see that a lot of it is about roads, grading. You can also see sewer lift stations. One of the keys to this TAD is that there is a connection that needs to be made down to the Bear Creek sewer plant. And so here you see the map of the TAD in the upper right. You can see the whole county. You can see this TAD encompasses the southwest corner. And you can see that it's hard to kind of see, but in the upper part of the call out is the main property in which the map was shown earlier where the development will occur. The pieces to the south, which include the parcel that the airport is on, are necessary to get the infrastructure down to the Bear Creek sewer plant. And so that is why the TAD stretches down that way. And so the idea is that those extra taxes will help pay for that connection to the Bear Creek sewer plant. So I see that my time is up. I don't want to go any beyond where I need to go, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions. Can you identify any successful TADs that have occurred in the region? And how does the TAD impact other development projects that may come about? For example, go back to your little map that you had from the property to past the airport to, I'm assuming that's the Bear Creek?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I guess all of these other partials that's outside of your circle, if there were some developments that were coming up along there, how would the TAD impact them?
Yes, ma'am. First question, there are a number of successful TADs throughout the state. I mean, we can name some that have just been set up.
I mean, name some, that's what I'm
that have
saying.
just been set up this year. One, I think that you may be most familiar with is Camp Creek Parkway, where there is now millions of square feet of commercial real estate. That would not be there other than for a TAD. They had a lot of rock under that ground that was beyond the economics of the development. This is now over 10 years ago. But for the use of a TAD, the developers would not have been able to do that development at Camp Creek Parkway, and we wouldn't be able to enjoy the commercial real estate that serves us there throughout the region. A more recent TAD, but in a similar case, is up in Gwinnett County. We helped them set up their 6th TAD. If you drive up 85 and you get up there around Mall of Georgia, you'll see that they just built a Top Golf, which is a great amenity for that community. They also have a Sprouts there as well. That would not have happened without a TAD. It's the same idea that the economics of the real estate development didn't work once they had to do the infrastructure and put in and take out rock and put a sewer line underneath the interstate. Those sorts of extraneous costs to a development weren't able to be covered by the developer. And in both cases, once was the first case, Camp Creek, is the city of East Point. Second is Gwinnett County. It was determined by the county leaders that these are important economic development sites in our county, in our city, right? So by setting up a TAD, that's really what you're doing, is you're signaling to the world, to the private developer sector, that these sites should be and could be developed at some point in time. We want to get these important parcels onto the tax rolls and creating more property taxes than they would have otherwise. And so you have these parcels that should and could be developed, but there's something that just prevents them from happening. And in this case, it's a lack of infrastructure on this site. You've got this beautiful property that people would love to live on, but you can't build houses there without the proper infrastructure. And so by putting in a TAD, you're allowing infrastructure to be built and the private sector to come in and do its work. Now, I'll also mention on that, in that if and when you were to set up a TAD for this property, that TAD stays there until you choose to get rid of it. It doesn't have to be associated with this project necessarily. It is being proposed by the developers of this project, but these TADs are your economic development tools to use at your will and disposal when you have priorities for economic development sites that aren't getting developed otherwise. And so that's what a TAD is all about. So that really, I mean, again, there's a lot of great examples. Probably the best example, the first best example in the state of Georgia is Atlantic Station. I think we're probably all aware of Atlantic Station. Whether or not we choose to go there is everyone's individual decision. But otherwise, you probably know that was a hunking, rotting steel mill that wasn't going to go away until the city of Atlanta set up its first TAD in 1999. And so, but for the use of a TAD, that potentially would still be a rotting steel mill, but now we have a very viable economic generator there at 17th Street along the connector.
The second part of my question is, how does it impact other developments along this way? So,
yes, I would say short answer is positively. We actually, in the redevelopment plan, you'll see that we talk about something called the halo effect. And so what happens often in these, especially in a big TAD like this, is you'll see the halo effect emerge, in that this is potentially a public-private partnership. You are stoking the fire. You're priming the pump for economic activity at this site, right? You're saying, we have a developer who's ready to go. We need some infrastructure. We're going to get a lot of cool, good stuff happen right here because that's where we say we want it. But then what's going to happen is there's going to be additional commercial development across the street. There will be other developers come along and say, well, if they're selling homes there, I can probably sell single-family homes there. Oh, you got one of those grocery stores, maybe another grocery store wants to be across the street. All of that activity wouldn't be occurring except for your, again, priming the pump. And the key about the halo effect, and what's beautiful about the halo effect, is that you get all of those property taxes directly into your general fund day one, right? And so again, the property taxes that are being created within the TAD are going to stay inside the TAD and have to be spent inside the TAD. But when that halo effect happens, those new property taxes that wouldn't be there otherwise flow right into the general fund right away to help increase your taxes, your tax base. And so that is, I'd say, probably the most likely thing to happen to properties adjacent to or just outside the TAD.
Okay, and so have you all had conversations with the school board and with the Henry County Development Authority?
I can speak to the fact that I was present at a meeting with the school board and superintendent, yes.
Okay, what about our Henry County Development Authority?
No, I don't think we've spoken with them. We've spoken with the Water Authority and numerous departments within the county.
Okay,
But
then, well, I would suggest that you set up a meeting with the Henry County Development Authority and have a discussion with them as well. Josh Finn is the executive director of the Development Authority. Y'all please exchange numbers and have a meeting and a conversation. Okay? Commissioner Lewis, this is in your district. Any questions or comments?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. So you did mention the other properties that are within the proposed TAD, and one of them being the airport.
Yes, sir.
So what impact, positively or negatively, will this TAD have on the airport?
Again, I would say potentially positive, and really don't see any negatives necessarily. I mean, what this allows the airport and the other properties, the other parcels that are in the TAD, you can see there's only 12 parcels that are in the TAD here. It gives them another tool for redevelopment if they want to do things that are going to potentially create property tax increases. Again, that most of the properties to the south, many of the properties to the south are not on the tax rolls, they're tax exempt. So their base value is zero. But if there was an initiative to bring in private development onto this public property and somehow again create new economic activity on currently publicly owned property, right? That new development, however that development structure works, is likely to increase the property taxes that are being collected off of those properties. Again, most of those properties right now are zero. So this TAD is again a signal to the private development world that says, hey, this is an economic development priority. We're using one of our local tools, one of our few local economic development tools, to put it on this privately held property. And in doing so, we now have an incentive for you, because we can now help you do your deal, right? We can help you if you're going to help us create property taxes on what has heretofore been exempt property. We're gonna be able to use that to get more of what we want, to help a private developer do that sort of thing. So you may not choose to do that, but this will allow that opportunity to happen. This opens up discussions for development on those parcels. But to be honest, the key is that this allows the Bear Creek sewer plant to become more active and to service the new activity that will be happening in this part of the county.
One other question I had is, have you had a conversation with the Atlanta Motor Speedway?
yes, we have.
You have had a conversation
have,
with them as
yes.
well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I have further questions. So with the, you said you had a conversation with the Water Authority. So, and I know part of the reason for trying to do this TAD is to upgrade the Bear Creek facility. So what is the Water Authority's stance on possible upgrading of the Bear Creek facility?
So we've presented at their board meeting as well. And so right now, our stance is that we've donated or funded for a study to be performed, what it would require to service this project. So they are about 2 months into that study, which they said would take anywhere between 4 to 6 months.
Right, but what was their stance on, because that didn't answer the question.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so what's the Water Authority's stance on this TAD and how that would affect their service?
On their service?
Correct.
Yeah, they did not take a stance on it. So the position we were looking at was, what were their intentions if we needed to upgrade the facility? Those intentions came back to us as well. If it's for your project, then we need to look at you to fund those. So that's when we said, okay, well, that's fine. And then we talked about the TAD portion being available because that plant right now is an indirect servicing plant, so it would need to go to direct, which would be a relatively large upgrade. I think I saw before Walnut Creek was mentioned, and that was a recent upgrade as well that went to direct. So they haven't made a position either side of the fence on it. From our stance, all it allows us to do, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is use those funds actually on the plant upgrade itself. So if the boundary does not reach the plant, then we cannot use any of the funds on that plant. It would then fall on the water authority or the county to use their funds. So that's really the only reason it's included, is so that we have that capability to include it.
Got you. So if a TAD was implemented, would the TAD be able to pay for the entire upgrade to the Bear Creek facility, or would the water authority still have to incur costs?
So that's what we're determining with the study. That's the point of the feasibility study. So when we discussed with them, there's a combination. There are a lot of nuances there, but some of them are impact fees, some of them are the TAD. What is it going to require? One reason you see the airport included in that path taken is because right now their gravity line indicated by them would need to come off of Upper Woolsey. And so there's a manhole just south of the airport that they have set there, and they had showed us a map of where they intended the line to go in the future. So we followed that directly. So we're working with them on that.
Okay, and another question I had. So with this TAD and just the length of time, I see anywhere from 10 to 25 years. So with the taxes being reinvested back into the district and not necessarily going to the general fund, a development of this magnitude, you're talking about 7,000 additional residences, which of course is going to cause the county to have to build fire department, police, and we're going to have to staff it. So will this TAD have anything to do with paying for the additional fire and police that will be used to service the area?
Yes, that's one thing we've talked to staff about. So we are proposing a site that's within the development for a combination, both police and fire station on it. And one thing that we have talked with staff about and with the fire department, the chief, is what their needs would be for that station and the police station as well. So we have considered that within this tab.
And I'll add to that once a TAD is set up, again, all you're really doing is setting up that invisible fence. You're saying the TAD is here, and we've set the base value, and anything that gets created goes into this special fund. And that's important. That's the first step. But those funds will stay in that special fund under your control until you decide to do something with them. And usually how that happens is you will then create a development agreement with someone who wants to use those funds inside the TAD. So in this case, it potentially would be GeoSam, right? And so the TAD is set up. You've not promised them anything with that. You've just set up the TAD and you've set up the special fund. If they then decide they want to use the TAD, which I'm assuming they would because that's why we're here to talk about it, but they would need to come to you and they would need to say, what are your policies and procedures to use this TAD, and how can we ask for use of TAD funds? And you will have to work out a development agreement between you and them that will spell out in great detail what that looks like. And, it is a negotiation, and you can say that, we need this and we need that to make sure that our citizens are being serviced within here. And you have every right to negotiate in that regard.
Gotcha. Yeah, because my major concerns are, once you actually, if approved and you actually build something of this magnitude, the county is going to incur increased costs.
Absolutely.
And how are we going to pay for that? Because what I will not advocate is the taxpayers subsidizing private development. So I'm just letting you know that up front. So, and let me finish.
Yep.
And so with that, you're talking about salaries for police, salaries for fire trucks. ambulances, teachers, because you're going to have to build schools for some of this magnitude, and you have to pay the salaries of teachers, which is why the Board of Education needs to be involved in this as well. So, so I say all of that to say, this is discussion only, and I understand that, but, we just want to let you know that these are the types of things that I will consider, and I'm sure all the rest of my colleagues are going to consider as well, because I will not advocate the taxpayers subsidizing any private development, unless it is going to be for the greater good of Henry County. So, thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate your candidness, but I wanted to be candid as well. So.
D. Oh, okay, all right, Commissioner Wilson.
So you mentioned that the airport, then your TAD, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The airport?
The airport properties in the TAD, yes.
So the Development Authority is working with the Board of Commissioners about bringing in business within the airport properties. The Development Authority has their own guidelines on how that's to take place. Chair mentioned that the Development Authority Executive Director was here with us today. I would like to get him to come up and explain how bringing in businesses at the airport under their guidelines is going to meet up with a TAD. So if you don't mind.
Well, this is discussion only for their presentation, so are you trying to bring other people in to speak on it?
The Development Authority mentioned the airport and mentioned the TAD, but.
Well, I think they need to meet with them.
Development on the airport as well, under the Development Authority's guidelines. I think this would be a great opportunity for them to explain to us what to expect, how this is going to play out under the Development Authority. If we move forward with a TAD, how is it going to play out with any business that they're going to bring on airport property? So I think that's an important thing that we need to hear from them today.
I mean, that obviously leave the process up to you, but I mean, I would say that I don't see this necessarily getting in the way of any sort of economic activity. That the TAD is intended to incite economic activity. There are many examples of TADs and development authority activities working well together, and in fact, in many cases, the development authorities are are put in charge of TADs throughout the state.
So is this not, so?
I mean, you're sitting right back here, we can hear from
Yeah.
you now.
Well, how did he end up here in the meeting? Josh, come forward then. Because if you haven't set up a meeting to, that's why I asked that you all set up a meeting with the Development Authority. And I want that meeting set up.
Commissioner Wilson, to answer your question, we do have a pending legal real estate matter, so I have to be very tactful as how I answer your question. There are provisions within our bylaws and policies, and as we continue to, at the request of the county and the school system, any activities that we do or incentivize has to be at every time a net positive revenue for the county, school system, or any taxing jurisdiction involved in that. So based on initial analysis on what I've been able to obtain information right now, there are some concerns, and I'm happy to probably be best to have those discussions offline. I know you and I and some of the other commissioners have had some questions and contacted me, and I've expressed some concerns on our behalf, and some that I will have to take to our board to address as well.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
But there is concerns with some pending things that y'all have given us directives with that conflict.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to know when the meeting is set up between you and the Development Authority. I want to make sure that you all schedule that meeting and that you have that meeting.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay?
So one other thing, I'd have a question about, you're trying to set up a TAD, but we hadn't had any type of rezoning request for those properties over there. Is that typical for a TAD setup for these properties are rezoned?
Yes. There's really no connection between the TAD and zoning necessarily.
So if you set up a TAD though, isn't that kind of the go-ahead for the rezoning? I mean, that's.
No, sir.
It was rezoned before the TAD. So I think go back to Commissioner Lewis's question, talking about putting all the funding back in the visible fence, and he stated that who's going to fund the county services while this tax dollars are rolling back into the TAD? So that burden's going to be put back on the current taxpayers today. How are you going to overcome that?
As I said, should be taken care of when you do the development agreement in terms of expending the TAD funds. Again, these are your funds. You get to decide how to spend them. By setting up the TAD, you're setting up a special TAD fund, but it will still be those funds are still in your control. Only will they be spent once you have a development agreement that says, here's how we are going to disperse these funds to the private sector. That's 100% in your control.
So I read in your information, this is going to be like a $4 billion project, something to that, is that correct?
They're big numbers. It depends
so-
how you add them all up, but yes,
Okay,
we're talking billions of dollars.
So you want this TAD to help you pay for the development and the infrastructure through this development, correct?
Correct.
It's not paying for the development, it's paying for infrastructure.
It's paying for the
Which is
infrastructure, public
has to
infrastructure.
come though before you develop. You gotta have it to go to the next level.
Right, and in a situation like this is likely to be done through bonds, potentially.
So you're gonna take the bonds out and the TAD's gonna pay the bonds back. So in order for you to develop this, you're gonna go out and take out a bond, and this TAD monies go toward, when we collect them, the tax commissioner will take these TADs and pay towards your bond. Is that correct?
I mean, yes, although I'm not sure whose bond it may be. The bonds could happen in different ways, but yes. But yeah, that's how that works. That's
Yes,
exactly how that works.
Commissioner Thomas?
Following with Commissioner Wilson, you're on it, you finished.
Okay.
You're on that.
Well, they did mention a public-private partnership, but it seems like it's more of a public partnership without the private part, because we're the one footing the bill for the taxpayer dollars.
Well, only for the infrastructure, and the thing is, again, the idea is that no one says you have to have a TAD here. The reason people set up TADs is because they're economic development priority projects or priority locations.
Oh, I get that, but most of the time under TADs, in this situation, there's undeveloped property. A lot of times when TAD, you mentioned Atlanta Station, that was a blighted property. That
Correct.
property was not of value to anyone, and so it didn't affect anyone. So what they did, they wrapped the TAD around that, and they took what that property was valued like any other TAD at the time. So the improvement comes, so the tax increase due to the evaluation that went up on the property, went back in the TAD, they helped pay for it. That's the way TAD's supposed to work.
Right.
Right?
That's how it
But you
worked at
didn't do
Camp
any
Creek as
impact
well.
on services in that Atlanta Station area. That was a blighted area. It was not an undeveloped area. So you look at undevelopment and want the TAD to come together and bond out, want the TAD to pay the bonds where y'all can develop this.
Yeah, and that's how it worked in City of East Point with Camp Creek. That's how it worked in Gwinnett County with the Exchange, I believe it's called. That's how TADs work. That's tax increment financing. And the thing that is important about that is that when you do a tax increment bond, these are revenue bonds. They're not backed by the full faith and credit of the county typically. Now, there have been cases in which the county would back it with the full faith and credit. We would never recommend that. You should not back a bond with your full faith and credit when it should be a revenue bond. That changes the dynamic of the bond, but that takes you off of the hook. And again, the idea is that if there is no tax revenue created, then you've got nothing to provide to the infrastructure. So only but for the private sector doing the development, getting it out of the ground, will there be increases in property taxes. And if it's not created, then there won't be any taxes to flow into the fund. But that would be on the bondholders in that case, and we don't see these types of bonds default in Georgia. These types of things work, and they have worked for the past 25 years.
But it's the GeoSound people that want this improved, not the county government. We're not asking to improve the infrastructure there. the Water Authority has the CIP then. Now, they may have a weigh in on that, but I guarantee you what you're asking in the infrastructure on the water sewer side is going to be way beyond what their CIP calls for.
I mean, I haven't been part of those conversations, but I would say generally, the reason counties would do a TAD like this, the reason Gwinnett County did a TAD, the reason Bartow County did a TAD, the reason East Point did a TAD, the reason City of Atlanta did a TAD, the reason that we getting one passed in St. Mary's last night, the reason we got one passed in LaGrange the other couple weeks ago is because it was determined by the public sector that this is a project we want to see in our community. This is a location that we feel like could have more economic activity on it. It's just sitting there, quote unquote, fallow at this point, and there's demand to create a greater tax base, and this is a tool to allow us to get to that higher tax base to service our citizens. That's the philosophy behind it. But again, I mean, some counties choose not to use TAD, so I mean, I don't disagree with you that you don't have to put infrastructure there.
Commissioner Thomas.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
That's all I have.
Commissioner.
He was on a roll. I was willing to wait for that. He was on a roll. So who was requesting this TAD?
We are, GeoSam Capital.
Okay, you are. Who is the developer identified for the program?
Developer?
Have you identified a developer for
We
this
are.
plan?
We are a developer.
You are the
Yes,
developer, and you're
yes.
requesting a TAD as well. You stated that you've already had a conversation with the Water Authority. Now, was that conversation about the feasibility study or about the TAD?
It was about, well, we've had conversations regarding both. So they are aware that we were seeking for a TAD as well. And that's why we were identifying, one of our early conversations with them was around how do we get to the Bear Creek plant if we had to participate. And we needed a path to get there that was contiguous.
Well, we understand that.
Yeah.
So have you finished the feasibility study?
No, ma'am, we're 2 months in.
Okay, you haven't finished the feasibility study. I've done some homework too. You haven't really had an in-depth conversation with the Water Authority because they are not yet at a point to decide what needs to happen with this as well. Have you had a conversation with the City of Hampton?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Who did you speak to in the City of Hampton?
Alex Cohilas, along with, I don't remember the gentleman's name, that was their head of their
Well, I'm going to
Public
say
Works
this
Department.
publicly. I know that I personally called the mayor, and the mayor had not had any conversation she could share with me about it because I want her input. So that's concerning to me that she does not, because this will impact her area. You're talking about 7,000 plus units, which has the potential of 14,000 people if you put 2 per unit. The City of Hampton is 8,000 people. Who's going to do this study to determine how that impact is going to either hurt or damage that community? You're talking about cultural impact, city impact, economic impact. Where's that study coming from? Are you going to pay for that type of study?
Sure, we can look at a study like that, yes. We've done the economic study already. So if you're looking at a cultural or another study as it relates to the impacts on the actual city of Hampton, that would be a different study we'd have to look into.
Are there water lines out there, not Henry County water lines, streams that you have to contact the Army Corps of Engineers? Have you considered that?
Yes, ma'am, that was brought up during our development of regional impact that we've completed.
And have you contacted them as well?
We have not contacted the Army Corps because we had to do a wetland delineation first, which was now have to be redone due to a new federal law that was, or federal case that was done, which we've done. I think it's been completed now. If not, it's going to be completed this week.
So it sounds like you have a proposal before us, but a lot of the key people that need to be a part of this conversation have yet to even weigh in on it. You've got the Army Corps of Engineers, you have the City of Hampton. What about Clayton County? Because their water, one of their major water facilities is in that area. Have you had a conversation with them?
I have, yes.
Okay, and what's their term on this? Do we have any type of documents on how they're feeling about this?
Sure, I've spoken with Bernard Franks, their general manager, and we are actually in the process of looking at potentially using Clayton County to service this project as well. So we've spoken with him in depth. Bernard, we've explained to him the setbacks, the buffers, what we're looking to do, so he's aware of the project, and we've discussed that with him. So,
Okay, so we have awareness of that this is something they are aware of, but we don't have any documentation as to where these different agencies stand about this project at all. I'm concerned about the fact how you listed certain things. You have so much in residential, so much in commercial. We don't know what type of commercial, what you're bringing to the area. It's very, very vague. But more than anything, my concern is the fact that we want to put on the backs of taxpayers to build this infrastructure for development. We haven't done that for other developments. I don't see when this has come before us before with another, I don't know if you're the same company, has come before, wanted to develop this area and determined they did not have water access and sewer access before.
We haven't come before you
Okay.
before, no.
You've not come before us
Yeah.
before, and why we should do it this time. I don't see the reason for that. I understand the TAD. Don't give me another lesson on what TADs do.
Well, I would,
understand
I
that.
would
But I'm
take
trying to
exception with the
discern.
on the backs of taxpayers piece, because that's the thing about it, Ted. If you want to do infrastructure anywhere in the county, the entire county has to pay for it. Every taxpayer in the county will do a new road. Everybody shares their piece in new infrastructure in the county, but in a TAD, the private sector is responsible for creating the increase in tax base, and you're using that to do the infrastructure inside the TAD.
And we understand
so
that.
it's actually a way to keep the public infrastructure from being on the backs of the rest of the county. It's only being, the money that is paying for the infrastructure is only happening inside the TAD and only happening because the private sector is there to do the development.
Okay, you also noted that you're willing to give land, I'm assuming you said give land, to fire and safety for that area. Is that what you set aside land for them at no cost, or are you willing
Correct,
to sell
yes.
land?
No, that's correct. We're going to give it away as part of the project. We've talked with staff about that and with the fire department and police
Are
department.
you willing to donate land for parks and recreations as well?
So we have not talked about donating land to Parks and Rec, but we do have a lot of open space set aside for areas.
Okay. I just feel like at this point in time, and like she said, this is a discussion, there are a lot of key players who have not been contacted, and we need verification they have been contacted and not just be made aware of this, but what their response is to this plan. What are they thinking about how it will impact the area? When you talk about a project of this magnitude, it should be more of a regional concept, not just one isolated Henry County concept. We're talking about Hampton, we're talking about Development Authority and what they're planning for that area, and we definitely do not want to do anything to impede what our Development Authority has already been commissioned to do on behalf of Henry County. We don't want to impede that at all. We're talking about Clayton County as well. There are a lot of players here that needs to give some type of verification in writing of how they feel about this project, and not just, we've talked to them. What do they feel and how will it impact them? Your numbers that you presented before us, have they been verified by our water authority?
In what aspect?
Meaning the budgets you set aside for the lift stations and the sewer stations and different things in here? Have those numbers been verified?
No, we
Okay.
can't verify those until the feasibility study, but I can tell you that the amount we have in there, just for your reference, so we have in there $50 million potentially for the plant upgrade. At the Walnut Creek, it was upwards to like 170 million, I believe. So it could be more. This is just a tool to assist, because when you talk about whether it's $50 million or $100 million up front to start a development, it's real difficult to make numbers work for a development. When you have
But
to outlay that
definitely
much
like
up
for
front.
the engineers internally at the water authority to verify some numbers as best they can, because they know what they have built before.
Sure.
They've upgraded systems before. They've built plants before. So those numbers definitely need to be verified. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I will encourage you to, before coming back before the board, is to make sure that you either have some type of letters from, hopefully, you know, I know that you said that the study is somewhere down the line, but, you know, definitely have some conversations, I guess additional conversations with the city of Hampton, you know, possibly get some type of letters stating that, you know, they're in support of it or something of that sort. But, you know, I think you still got a little bit of things that you got to get in place before coming back, doing that public hearing, and you know, trying to get the board to approve the TAD. So y'all got a little bit more work. We appreciate the presentation. Please make sure that you get with Josh. He's here. Y'all set up a meeting and just follow up with all of the other entities that several of the board members have made reference to.
Yes, will do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Stephanie, anyone signed up for public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can I get an approval of the minutes for October 3rd and October 30th? Okay. Motion and second. All in favor? Okay. Next item, upcoming events is our next regular scheduled board meeting is November 28th at 6:30 p.m. And then we have our December 5th meeting, 2023, and that will be our last meeting for the year. I need to get a motion for us to go into executive session for litigation and just litigation. Or do we have something on real estate?
Litigation only.
Litigation only. Can I get a motion to go into
Executive section.
Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Okay. I'd like to call for a motion for us to reconvene from executive session.
So moved.
A motion and a second, all in favor? Approval of an affidavit and resolution pertaining to executive session. Can I get a motion?
I'll move. Motion.
Second. A motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries. Is that it? Okay. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.